Do oh tamri, shooby doo, fast travel through my heart. I booted up my PC back in 2006. Met a guy named Martin, man, his chin could break bricks. Dedrick gates were open and I saved Kvatch that night. But these days, Todd Howard can't script a game right. I miss the wacky guards yelling, "Stop, you violated the law." And mud crabs with tood like they're flexing their claw. I'd stroll through the shivering aisles, high on skooma and dreams. Now Starfield's got me mining space rocks and jeans. Back to the oblivion, baby, where the quests were weird and gravy. From Shiogarat's cheese to Lucian's ghost, it had more charm than Todd could ever post. Yeah, Starfield's big, but it's dull and gray. I'd rather close an oblivion gate today. Now listen here, Todd, you silver-tongued crooner. You sold me lies smoother than a Khajiit moon sugar dealer. You see that planet? You can go there. Yeah, I went, it sucked, it's just a rock and despair. I want my persuasion wheel, my glitchy horse on a roof. I want that beggar with 6 voices telling me the truth. Make the liar had more insight and flair than all your procedurally generated air. Back to the oblivion, baby, where the gates were hot and the jokes weren't lazy. Yeah, Skyrim was fine and the mods were neat, but Oblivion's heart had a weirder beat. So Todd, my boy, if you're hearing this song, bring back the weird and don't take so long. Doo-wop, Dedrick pop, Martin Septim never dropped, but Starfield made me stop playing. Oh, Todd, please stop.
That's most definitely what's up.
Time to play the game. Imagine a hero shooter where the hero never showed. Imagine a game with a player base that just refused to grow. A 5v5 hero shooter with gameplay that's just okay, and characters that remind me of Tupperware and white bread. No, I'm not talking about Overwatch. Please stop bringing up Overwatch. This game is not Overwatch. It's actually something else. Imagine a game with a story that no one watches. A game that costs $40 that Sony totally botches. It has all my favorite characters, like Lemmy, Dawn, and Craig. At least, I think that's what their names are. I never bothered to check. Concord like the grave, your legacy is safe as a game that no one played, and a price that no one paid. Boop-a-doop-ba, deep-a-doop-da, scoop-a-boop-ba, beep-beep-beep-beep-beep, phlegm. Concord was about as good as accidentally peeing on your own leg.
Concord, we're here to lay you to rest. We know you tried your best. You copied so much cool stuff just to turn out lame in the end. I'll never forget my favorite moments, like when Hot Sauce Guy jumped. Remember when he jumped? That was really cool. A rat just ran by on my desk, and even the rat didn't want to play Concord, even though I blessed him with the chance. The $40 he could afford, but the rat just stared on in a trance. Rat, 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 rat. Concord's dead. Rat, 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 rat. Concord's dead. The Costco guys made more money than you. They were just on Jimmy Fallon too. Imagine Lennox being on Jimmy Fallon, because I literally can't. The rat on my desk is eating all my Cheerios and grapes. And also Concord is dead. Concord like the grave. Your legacy is safe as a game that no one played, and a price that no one paid. Rat attacked a beep a dap. Skim, milk, the rat fleet, doo-dah, doo-dah. A guy said he really liked it, and then a bunch of rats ate his face. That's the sound he made when Concord passed away. I wish things turned out different, but either way I'm getting paid. Concord's dead, Concord's dead. And boy is my face red. When the game came out, everybody overslept. Concord's dead, Concord's dead. Holy crap, Lois, Concord's dead. When the game out, people played everything else instead.
Good morning, everybody. How are we doing today? Hopefully good. Hopefully good. I bet you're doing better than all of the Star Wars fans out there, because guess what? Do you remember growing up seeing the Lego Star Wars Death Star? And it looked really cool. I mean, everybody wanted it. Everybody I knew wanted the Lego Death Star. Huge spheroid Lego set, you know, it was massive. It was like this big around. You know, for an adult, it's probably this big around, but for a kid, it was massive. Like, everybody wanted that Lego set. Well, they've redone it a few times. One with, like, you know, the classic design, and then another one where they had it like open and exposed like this. You remember they started selling this one? And it's like, okay, I mean, I would have liked if we could achieve all of it at the same time, but okay, like, at least it's a Death Star, like, at least it looks the part, right? Well, the new one just leaked, and if you don't know, every year, if you can't tell, I like Legos. I've got Lego Hogwarts, I've got the Titanic, I've got the Giza Pyramid, I have a bunch of sets over here I still need to build. The Hogwarts Express is right above me on the top. I like Lego, okay? I like Lego. And every year they release roughly like $1,000 set. Big set, it's the big talking piece, right? This Death Star they've revealed for this year as their big, massive 9,000 piece, $1,000 Lego set. It is literally a cross section of the Death Star. What are we doing? What are we doing? You can't tell me that this looks good. You can't. I'm sorry. This is ass, okay? This is ass. I like seeing the individual scenes. That's cool. I can get behind that. But it's a Death Star, not a Death Pancake, dude. Like, and this is $1,000 is what it's expected to cost. $1,000, 9,000 pieces, comes with a certificate and all that. The Lego Titanic is cheaper than this by a good margin. I don't know what they were thinking. I'm their target audience with this stuff. I'm the guy that collects big Lego sets and likes building them and all that. And I'm telling you, this looks like ass, dude. It just does. I don't know what you want from me. Money? Too bad you're not getting it. Really unbelievable. I don't know what they were thinking. And I like Lego, but we got to be honest with them. This is straight cheeks, dude. Straight cheeks. What's the backside of it? I mean, they didn't put it on the box. This is the box. So the front, the back of the box just shows these pictures. And then this is the like enhance. This is the, I can move this. This is the like blueprint, I guess you could say. So it looks like it's literally just a flat face on the back of it. Because this is the radar, or the beam rather, on this side. So it looks like it's literally just a straight back. What are we doing? What are we doing? Sorry, I saw that and I was like, really? Really? We wait once a year for the big set. We had the Lego Eiffel Tower. We had the Lego Titanic again, which we built here on stream. And I think it's fire. I think it's a fire set. And it's 670. Sure, cookies. Give me all the cookies. It's 670 bucks. And is like, what, 9,000 pieces. This is the same number of pieces. And it's the literal Titanic, dude. You can open it up. You can actually break it apart and look inside. And it's got like cross sections of each of the decks with the boilers and each of the decks on the ship. Really, really cool. Genuinely very, very cool. Or you can have a pancake with some Star Wars figures in it. It's just so bad, dude. So bad. So anyway, if you're a Lego collector, I'm sorry to say it's a bad day. It's a bad day. But you know, it's also a good day. It's a good day. I mentioned to you guys I wanted to start doing our giveaways. I'm going to mention this a couple times on stream just so enough people see it. But I want to do a giveaway to give back to the community. And we're going to kind of ease into these because there's going to be some growing pains transparently. Okay. Feel free to clip this, Jacob, if you want to put this up as a standalone video. But I want to give away PS5 Pro consoles. I want to give away like games. Maybe hell, maybe we'll give away Lego sets too. I don't know. But I want to give away stuff to say thank you to the community and give back to you guys. I have found a service that allows us to do this in a pretty straightforward way, I think, but there will be some growing pains. So you guys are going to help me kind of learn as we go with this. But I did some testing. It should be good. How this should work. Oh, Aram, we'll look at that picture. He just shared on Discord a snippet of the old school Lego Death Star, and it's upsetting. Anyway, circling back. The first giveaway we're doing is for a PS5 Pro, okay? It's going to run through the month of August, and we'll do the drawing. According to this app, I should be able to do the drawing live on stream, meaning on stream, we click a button, it selects from all the entrants. How it works is you will go in, you will enter your name, email address, and you will automatically get an entry, okay? That's basically like a ticket in a raffle, okay? After that, you can go, and if you are subscribed to each channel, you get additional entries or tickets for the raffle. You follow on TikTok, X, Twitch, and if you're a YouTube member or Twitch sub, there is a secret, super secret code in the Discord you can enter for extra tickets as well as an extra thank you. But you put all this stuff in, you subbed all this stuff, you're connected, you get all these extra entries, and then at the end of this this timer, we'll do a live drawing and give it away. Now, because of how consoles work, this is well beyond my control, all consoles are region locked, okay? I don't have a way to control that. And I looked it up, and it's kind of a big question mark as to giving away these consoles internationally. So this first giveaway is going to be US only, but I'm actively looking for ways to do giveaways internationally. I think what we'll have to do is basically do it as like, you get like, I don't know if it's an Amazon gift card for the value of the console or something like that. It won't be like a physical console shipped to you internationally because like sometimes the actual electrical components are different. Like you're on, what is it, 120 volt versus 240, whatever it is. I'm not an electrician, but we're going to figure out the international giveaways. Be patient with me on that. We're figuring it out. This first one is going to be US only because then I can actually just ship you a console and you get it. Okay. But I appreciate your patience on all of that if you are an international viewer. That being said, I'm going to share these links into chat. Feel free to enter and put your stuff in and get some entry tickets and good to go. Canada, I am investigating that as well. I'm waiting on an email back because unlike some like TikTok dudes, I want to make sure what I do is legal, and I want to make sure I can actually deliver the product to you, because there's also all sorts of import duties and customs stuff sometimes you have to deal with. So I'm waiting on an email to make sure I can do Canadian stuff, and if I can then open it up to our friends to the north and allow you guys to enter as well, but I'm waiting to get a specific approval on that. So yeah, that's what we're gonna do. If it's just an added fee, I don't care. The problem is, in some countries, I would ship you a console you literally can't use, and that obviously doesn't make sense. So we're gonna make sure that when I do the international giveaways, you can actually use the damn thing that you're winning, right? Kind of makes sense to me, at least. Makes sense to me. So get in there, enter, and yeah, we'll do a giveaway. It'll be super fun. It'll be super cool. So what you're saying, Luke, is America first? Oh, I mean, kinda, I guess, yeah. I guess you got me there on a technicality. And then when's the Lego Death Star giveaway? Dude, I wouldn't want to give Lego $1,000 for that. Look at this. Somebody here. Aram in the Discord just posted this. By the way, for that giveaway, this is the channel. I'm not going to click on it because it has a super secret code that gets you 25 extra raffle tickets for the giveaway. But if you click on that, you'll see the code in one of the threads. 2005 UCS Death Star 2 for $300 versus the 2025 Death Star. Bruh. Like, I get it. This didn't have all the internals and everything, but I mean, come on, dude. What are we doing? Just looks bad. Man. It just looks bad. I don't know what you want from me. Just looks bad. Not gonna lie. Looks bad. Let's see. Marky, I can read. Thank you for the membership. Thank you. Glad to have you. Also, thank you to Caleb for the $5 super chat. Hey, Luke, just wanted to say I'm moving on from Mr. Me. Call back and putting it to bed. Sorry, chat. Now I see the word back. And I pause. It gives me pause, you know. Costly hobby, like 40K. Dude, 40K is worse. Way worse. Because if you want like an actual army, you've got a lot.
Caleb donated $20 through Super Chat. Hey Luke, remember in the 80s when your dad got mad strange from a bunch of ladies in Egypt?
Hell yeah.
What are the odds he got a rusty trombone, do you think?
That's most definitely what's up.
Thinking face. You thought I would just give up Mr. Me for nothing?
You upgraded. Upgraded. Of course I know rusty trombone is something dirty. I'm not going to Google it though. I don't want to remember what it was. Like, I think we all had that thing in high school, where we like discovered Urban Dictionary for the first time and started searching for all of the ridiculous terms you could think of. That was one of those I looked up back in the day, and I can't remember. And I'm not gonna look it up. Can we do a Todd candle giveaway? If you guys want to do a Todd candle giveaway, we could do that. I could literally give away this candle, and then we'll induct another one. We'll like literally pass the flame from this to a new candle for the stream, and we'll just give away this candle, and you can win it with Todd's face on it. We could do that if you want. Whatever you want. I'm here to serve you. Signed. If you want me to sign it, I'll sign it. Can't guarantee Todd will sign it though. Can't guarantee that. Oh my god. Let's see. Luke Dog Picks giveaway. Oh dude, I showed you guys the picture in our pet appreciation channel. That's good. Yeah, Romeo, Mr. Romeo. He's a good boy. Oh, this is a cute one. Oh my goodness. But yeah, Mr. Romeo, he's a good boy. He's a good boy. We're having, I felt so bad for him. He was in the backyard and we keep having these like flash rainstorms / hailstorms out of nowhere. So he was in the backyard just hanging out, playing. And I was upstairs and I heard like the ting, ting, ting of a few tiny pieces of hail, like this big, just smaller than a pea, but hit the window. I was like, oh God. So I sprinted down the stairs, threw open the door, and it's not coming down yet, but I'm like, Romeo, come in, Romeo, come here. I'm just yelling for him, but I don't see him. And then I see him just kind of trot around the corner and he looks at me from the end of his dog run. I was like, come inside, it's gonna rain. And he just kind of looks at me. It does the head tilt. Like, why? And then it started like raining bad. So he runs into his doghouse and he's not coming to me. So I'm like, okay. So I close the door. I run back around the other side by his dog run. I open it up and it's starting to come down heavier and heavier. And so I like ran out. I was like, come on. So I had to grab him. And then we ran in like cradling a baby in a storm. But we ran inside and then he was okay. But right then is when like the crazy hail descended out of nowhere. It was kind of crazy. But he got all wet from the rain in like a matter of a minute. So and it was right after he got his first bath. Like full bath, shower, whatever, the other day. He liked that a lot. Like we had rinsed him off plenty of times and like he had played and we had used, we have these puppy wipes and stuff that he can get cleaned up with, but he had never done like a sorted bath because, shocker, this boy is kind of a spaz. He's kind of he goes crazy. So we had never really tried to do the full sorted thing. But he really liked it. He did very well. He's a good boy. Ark, thank you for that one. Hey Luke, I've been listening to your live streams, catch up like a podcast every day on my way to work and home. Keep up the great work. Much love. I'm glad to have you, my friend. Thank you. Glad to have you. Appreciate you. Luke, Battlefield 6 had 500,000 player peak. Insane. Yeah, we'll see if it keeps up during the second weekend. But I mean, pretty clearly it's going well. It's going very well. You know, a lot of other play tests that we saw, Concord marathon, they go and after like a day or two, the numbers start plummeting, but they kept pretty solid numbers all the way through. Pretty solid numbers. Gotta give it to them. Will, thank you for the 12 months. Hit a year. Oh, baby. Second Battlefield 6 beta runs till the 17th. Black Ops 7 multiplayer reveal is the 19th. EA has the opportunity to do something really funny. Yeah. Well, I'm so curious about Call of Duty because now everything will be viewed through the lens of Battlefield 6. People are going to be comparing destruction physics. They're going to be comparing the guns, the graphics, the maps, everything. And it's a good position to be when you are the lens through which everyone is looking. When you are the one that people are judging based off something else, you're already at a disadvantaged position. But for them right now, they're in the power seat, which is what they want. That's what they want. I must still be on the old Discord. I don't see any of the channels like with the pets and stuff. Go and if you have your Discord connected to your YouTube account, because you remember, you should automatically be added to it. It's the one that should specifically say Luke Stevens live up here. The old one will say like I Talk Gaming, I think. It's not the Talk Gaming server. This one you'll be specifically invited to if you connect your Discord. You go to the gear setting, and then there's a connections tab, and you connect your YouTube or Twitch account to it there. If you run into troubles beyond that, just send me an email with like member issue in the title and send me a screenshot of the connection screen and I can get you added. Okay. Let's see. Are you a fan of electric vehicles? Thank you for the 5, by the way, Toenail. Thank you for that. Are you a fan of electric vehicles? If so, have you seen the electric motorcycle by Maving? I think it's dope. I've not seen an electric motorcycle. I have not. Hold on. Maving motorcycle. Oh, yeah. I'm expecting something that looks like a Cybertruck every time I think of an electric motorcycle. But this just looks Oh, wait, is that a replaceable battery? Is that what he just did? What was that? It kind of looked like it. 80-mile range, 70 mile an hour. Yeah, dude, look at that. Removable batteries for ultimate convenience, so you can charge them separately and then hot swap them in. Well, that's kind of cool. I feel like this is what I look like if I were to ever drive a motorcycle. It's relatable. That's relatable. That's cool. That's cool. You know, shorter range electric stuff, I think is fine too. Because a lot of like within the city travel, or if you like work pretty close to home, you don't need like a 300-mile range to get there. It's like, what was the name of that little pickup truck that was electric that was going to be like 20 grand or something? 20K electric pickup. The Slate. That's right. The Slate. This thing's going to be like 20K is what they're shooting for. And it's got a tiny range. And like, it's all plastic. But in China, they have these things like all over the place. They have these really cheap, tighter scope vehicles. And I think that's the key, is like, not everybody needs the cross-country vehicle. They're looking for something to just get them from point A to point B, you know? Like, oh, I just got to go into work and I'd like a quick, like, little bitty car that can get me there, and it's fine. Maybe it's not the most American thing, because I'll tell you what, Americans love their big cars. You'll see people who are like, I want to buy and drive a massive Escalade or something, or a Hummer. Hummer EV. And people are like, why do I want a Hummer? And like, I don't know, because it's big. It's a big car. And they are huge, but like nobody really needs this much space. Nobody needs a Hummer-sized car. But in America, they just like having the big thing. They just like having the big thing. No real reason for it. They just like it. They just like it. Also, shout out to everybody. After announcing it earlier in the stream, our PS5 Pro giveaway already has 677 entry tickets in the raffle. Booyah. Hells yeah. Thank you, everybody. Wonderful. What's the email again for when connecting in Discord doesn't go through? Luke at 28thave.com. Luke at 28thave.com. It's the same email you'll see in my link tree that's linked below, all of that stuff. Just specifically in the title, put like Discord connection issue or something so that we see it. I should probably, I should pin this in the chats, shouldn't I? The appeal of the Slate pickup is that it's a single cab, and hopefully the bed is functional. Modern pickup trucks aren't made for blue collar workers anymore. Well, and it's kind of nice to have something you can run into the dirt, you know?
Caleb donated $10 through Super Chat. Speaking of Hummer, your dad got quite a few Hummers from girls back in the 80s. A Hummer is another name for a blowy.
Oh, okay. Now, okay. I was going to ask. I didn't know. But there you go. Thank you, Caleb, for the 10. Yeah, there you go. I pinned the link to the giveaway in both chats. There you go. So you can access it there. But yeah, it's nice to have a car you can beat up, you know, because I have a friend, he's a family member, who got like one of those big ass $100,000 trucks, and he uses it for work. I mean, he needs a big truck, but it's a very, very nice truck. And so he doesn't want to he wants to drive it like it's his baby, because it kind of is his baby. And for a work truck to be like scared to take it on dirt roads and stuff feels weird. It's like, it's a truck. You should be able to just do that, you know? Maybe some people don't worry about that. Maybe some people can just do it and they don't stress about it, but I don't know. Things own you when they're too expensive. Yeah, dude, for real, Remy. That's very, very true. It's very true. It's like when somebody buys a really nice shirt or something, or a really nice watch, and then they're scared to wear it ever. So it just sits in the closet. And then it's like, why did you get it then? What's the point? What's the point? What are we doing? What are we doing? Yeah, okay. Caught up there. Also synced up. Thank you for the sub over on Twitch. Thank you. And Shadow Killer, thank you for the sub as well. Thank you guys. You have to compensate in something. Fair. That's a fair point. Okay, let me pull this over here. We'll look at this. Fun fact of the day. Apparently this is real. Did you know this? I want to know genuinely if you guys knew this. Because I had blocked it out of my mind, apparently. Also, GameWire's new. Thank you for the 5. Hey, Luke, can't believe next week is Gamescom. Yeah, dude, I thought it was another week after this. But yeah, we're like already almost there. It's about time. I'm ready for some more gaming stuff. Real quick, did you know in The Witcher 3, if you try to set your right stick controller sensitivity or any of the controller sensitivities to 0.69, it will automatically change it to 0.68999999, repeating? I didn't. So there you go. Who knew? Why that's like that, I don't know. But yeah, X-Rox Deshanks says it happens with a lot of numbers in The Witcher 3 settings. That's not nice. Jesus, Publius, go outside. Lazy developers. People got mad triggered. Speaking of getting triggered, dude, you want to see someone who got really triggered? You want to see somebody got really triggered? Do you guys remember? When was it? It was like a week or two ago. I think it was actually on Luke Stevens Clips. I don't think it was even like on this channel. Let me pull it up. Here. Do you guys remember I did a video here, right here? Trevor clipped it for the Clips channel, which if you're not subbed to the Clips channel, you should, because you get extra entries into the PS5 Pro giveaway. But I made this clip where I specifically was talking about misinformation in the PC spec sheet thing for Mafia: The Old Country. And it was specifically because Mafia game videos or whatever went and like retweeted this and was basically said, it will be 30 FPS on PS5 and Xbox Series X and S given these PC requirements. Which this looks like an official account. Mafia game videos. It looks official, and it's not, could be, possibly will be, it's will be 30 FPS on PS5 and Xbox Series X. So a ton of comments started coming in of people saying, I'm going to cancel my pre-orders. I'm going to cancel it. 30, okay, pass. WTF, they can't be serious. We're out. People start raging about how they're going to cancel their pre-orders and walk away. And it's literally not true. It's literally not true. They immediately followed up from the actual official account saying, no, they have a performance mode on console, blah, blah, blah. This is a non-issue. But the damage had already been done. A lot of people had already started raging about it. So I made this video saying Mafia game videos, this is kind of stupid. And Mafia game videos then posts, oh, I actually update. It's confirmed to be shipping on quality and performance. And then look at this, the gall. I forced them to announce this. You just lied. And then when they corrected your lie, you're like, you're welcome. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. And that's what I said in this video. This video didn't go viral or anything. 26K views, nothing to scoff at least for a stream clip. But this apparently was a step too far, and Mafia game videos got big mad and blocked me. I had previously promoted their page and said, go follow them for Mafia stuff. I just thought this specific thing that they had done was really, really freaking stupid. And to then try and claim credit for the success of them announcing the frame rate being at 60 was just so dumb. It was very, very dumb. But yeah, sure enough, that's what's happened. And so he blocked me, which is funny, but yeah, that's what you get. That's what you get when you call people out for doing stupid things. what are you gonna do? Either way, it's a little funny. Didn't they also share a clip of swimming drama? Yeah, we'll go into that in another section here in a second. But yeah, it's that's a whole other bucket of worms. But yeah, it's they always say, like, you've made it when you officially have haters, when you can upset people to the point where they block you, and you're like, really? Okay. Struck a nerve, I suppose. Struck a nerve. I'm sorry. I just find it, not a friend of the channel. Officially, no one's a friend of the channel. No one's a friend of the channel. We just got to say that. Make it very, very clear. Make it very clear. Okay. Let's do this now. Let's talk about that. Because, yes, that's a whole other thing. News, Emma. All right. I don't know if you saw this or not, but basically there's a channel called Nick Tech. We've watched some of his videos before, and generally I like the comparisons. Just really good side-by-sides of like graphics comparisons. He's the one that did a lot of those videos that went viral looking at like Suicide Squad's graphics versus Batman Arkham Knight. And it's like these games are 9 years apart. And those types of videos doing the side-by-side comparisons. And kind of taking the torch in some ways from Kroby Cat, because he only shows up every once in a while, every like year or two. But he posted a video that started one heck of a firestorm, and it was simply this clip. In case you were wondering, Mafia: The Old Country doesn't have swimming physics, just like previous Mafia games. And people immediately, I mean, the comment section you can start looking through. Can you space travel in it? I don't understand why swimming is so important. Gangsters don't swim. There's something called design discipline. How dare they? There's no need for swimming physics in a Mafia game. A Don doesn't swim. And this is where it's kind of evolved to now. Initially, for the first couple of days, this was overrun with people being like, I cannot believe that they did this. This is absolute garbage. What a joke. It's a total disaster. They're lazy, they're undisciplined, all this. But pretty quickly, the pendulum swung the other way with people calling it out for being an unnecessary comparison, or maybe a disingenuous point of I guess complaint. And in his defense, this post, in case you're wondering, it doesn't have swimming physics just like previous Mafia games. He's just saying something. Yeah, it doesn't have swimming physics. The implication, of course, is that it's bad because of this. That's what's sort of implied by making this post. It is like, let's be real. Let's be real. I like Nick Tech. It's a little bit of rage bait. Just a little. It's a little bit of rage bait. Let's not beat around the bush. That's what's happening here. And he follows up with further posts. Swimming is cut content. A user on Reddit, your boy got hit, found fully functional swimming physics in the definitive edition, where they actually had animations for the actual swimming, but they couldn't be used in like regular parts of the map, but you could sort of hard force it. Most likely just remnants of the controller and the code for the character, and it's just manually turned off elsewhere. But this type of thing has always been kind of stupid to me, because I'm like, okay, so you can't swim in Spider-Man games. Does that mean they're bad? It doesn't hold. It doesn't really mean anything. And you can see the responses to these have been pretty universal on this. So actually, Tina Turl Tourist, I feel like I'm aging out of the gaming sphere, because I see this and ask myself, does this game even need swimming? Should dev time be devoted to it? And people in the comments are saying this is unacceptable for a 2025 game. I don't know. I just don't think games need every mechanic. And this is why I think this has gone sort of viral and people have talked about it so much, because throughout the whole 360, the whole PS4, Xbox One era, even in the early PS5 era, things have been overwhelmed with this idea that games have to be AAA across the board, both in price, but then also if they're in a big name franchise, they need to be AAA in scope, scale, otherwise they're bad. And this is what's often compared, where we look at, and it's usually the giveaway that maybe we're being a little unfair, is when we start to do side-by-side comparisons with things that are not the same. Like if you're comparing a linear narrative game to an open world adventure game, there are going to be differences. There's going to be differences in animation quality. There's going to be differences in cutscene quality. There's going to be differences across the board in all of these things. One exception probably being Rockstar games. Like Red Dead looks amazing even now, despite being open world. It's still fantastic. That's going to be true always. Rockstar is just almost always the exception to the rule. But, you know, just because you can find a side-by-side to say, hey, this linear game from 5-6 years ago looks better than this open world game from this month, that doesn't necessarily mean that this game from this month is bad. Maybe it's not as impressive visually as the game from back then, or animation-wise. It doesn't mean that this game needs to be discarded and thrown away, right? Not every game needs to be a gigantic AAA behemoth that has every single feature you could imagine. And this is something that also is kind of funny because it was brought up with one of the devs from Larian, of course. You've seen him, no doubt. Very AFK, Cromwelp. He replied to this and said, "This reminds me of when we showed Baldur's Gate 3 to someone, an executive or whatever. A wealth of mechanics. And with zero emotion, the executive just goes, 'Can you swim in the game?' Like, bro, this isn't a mechanical whack-a-mole. Endlessly layering mechanics make it a good game not." Exactly. Like, you can have an amazing game where you can't swim, and it's okay. You can have an amazing game where maybe it doesn't even have a branching narrative. Can you imagine? And that's okay. Maybe it doesn't have endless open world activities. And that's okay. Not every game needs to be an open world game. And my stance for a long time has been, if you can't do something well, often it's best just to not do it at all. If you can't do the open world formula well, maybe it's best just to not do it. If you can't come up with ways to keep the player engaged in a massive open world that's unique, dynamic, and interesting, maybe just don't do it. If you can't have 1,000 different planets to land on and make that interesting in terms of a gameplay loop, maybe don't put 1,000 goddamn planets in your game. Maybe do 1 or 2, dare I say. But if you can't do it well, maybe just don't do it at all. And Mafia: The Old Country is a game which is very transparent in the fact that it is not doing everything. It will not try to fill the open world with a ton of dynamic encounters, with tons of side quests for you to go and, bounce around all over the map, with a reputation system, with tons of branching dialogue choices and stuff. It doesn't try to do that. That's not the kind of game it is. It is trying to be a linear narrative game in a big map that they will also let you drive around and explore if you want to, but that's not the core of the game. The core of the game is to tell a story with interesting writing and characters and pretty solid set pieces. And in that pursuit, I think it does a pretty damn good job. But there's plenty of gamers out there that have gotten accustomed to this idea that if a game is not a Rockstar level gargantuan monstrosity, therefore it's bad. And that's where the riskiness can come in, where you'll just start to realize you're not enjoying anything. You can never have fun, because anytime you play anything, you're like, well, it's not as good as this masterpiece. Yeah. And it's also the other side of this too, is that, Metacritic scores are usually a pretty good indication of overall quality or consensus quality from critics, of course. 10 out of 10 games, absolutely you should play. 9 out of 10s, very often you should play. 7 to 8 out of 10 can still be well worth your time. But for some reason, it feels like right now, if a game is not a 9 or a 10, it's bad or it's disappointing. It's like, what game was it? There was one game recently where it got a Metacritic score in the high 80s, and a studio congratulated the studio for the successful launch and for the good reviews. Congrats on the awesome reviews. And it was a game in the 80s, high 80s, I think, in Metacritic. And people were replying to that post saying, are you really proud of an 86 on Metacritic? It's what are we doing? What are you talking about? That's a good score. That's a very good score. Do you have any idea how hard it is to get a Metacritic score above 80, period? What are we doing? That's a very good score. And, whenever you have these discussions, I think maybe the crucial bit is to ask yourself, is this just the gaming sphere on X? Is this just the gaming sphere on social media? Do average gamers really care? Like, does an actual person who just wants a good game really care? And they might not. They might not. But where I think it can have an impact is in the realm of peer pressure and word of mouth. That can absolutely harm a game's potential for success. If you have a game that is really solid but has really bad word of mouth, you know what you get? You end up with one of the most underrated games of the last decade, in my opinion. And I have a feeling a lot of you guys will agree with this as well. Guardians of the Galaxy. Guardians of the Galaxy, the game, is so unbelievably underrated. It's ridiculous. It is so impressive. Just every element of it is polished, is refined. Everything from like the team hype sessions to the combat, which is pretty solid and engaging as well. The story is really impressively well done as well. Set pieces are massive and interesting. It's a really, really good game. But it had really bad word of mouth at launch because everybody thought it was going to be another Marvel's Avengers game, which was a live service disaster in its own right. And so it didn't have good word of mouth, and the game unfortunately flopped as a result. And I believe Square Enix said it was a significant miss from their projections and their targets. And it's too bad because this was a game that should have been rewarded with overwhelming success. It really should have, in my opinion. It was just that good. This animation wasn't, but everything else, everything else, very, very good. Very good. And if you can play this today, you absolutely should. But word of mouth can, help a game explode in popularity. It can also really hurt it if it's
Avery V
not given the
donated
time of day.
$20 through Super Chat. Hi.
Hi, Avery. Thank you for the 20. That's super generous. Thank you. Thank you. And then the Wooster, thank you for that one. Couldn't you make the argument that with increasing game prices, this in turn would make consumers demand more from their products? If you could only afford a few games per year, consumers want the most bang for their buck. Absolutely, but I think bang for your buck also, you got to ask, what's that standard? Is it quality or is it quantity? For some gamers, it's quantity. They just want more. They want 1,000 hours of game time. And if they don't get it, it wasn't worth their time and money. Other people just want high quality. Some maybe want both. But I think it depends on what you're looking for. Ultimately, I think for most people, it's quality. They understand if they're getting a really, really good 15 hours, that's better than a mediocre 50, But I think that is perhaps fair to bring up. But even with like a Mafia example, we're talking about a game that's $50 instead of a full $70 release. And it still is like a 12 to 15 hour game, depending on how much exploration and collectible stuff you want to do. It's a solid length. But again, like I feel like over the last decade, we've gotten conditioned to the point where it feels as though if a game is not a 40, 50 hour game, people automatically hand wave it away as too short. And if it doesn't have a lot of these massive open world features or just sheer volume of content features, it's also therefore unacceptable or bad. And that causes a lot of these games that are in that like 8 out of 10 range that are good, like solid B- or B grade games, they just never stand a chance because we're like, whatever. But it's also perhaps, it's just a broader reflection on the industry. People don't have as much money and competition is higher than it's ever been. So people are going to be selective, and there's that. But at the very least, people are looking at it and people are responding to this discourse. Pretty at this point, I feel like the response has been overwhelming. And like this one, I didn't realize it was up here. 99,000 likes. I feel like people are standing up and being like, no, I'm happy with this. Not every game needs swimming. The game isn't bad because it lacks swimming. It's not fair to dismiss it because of that. I'm not saying Nick Tech was trying to dismiss the game because it lacks swimming. I personally think this was a little bit of rage bait. I think Nick knows what he's doing. I think he's rage baiting a little bit. We do a little trolling. But I think the response has shown pretty clearly that gamers, at least a lot of them, are starting to be like, you know what? It doesn't actually matter. Very AFK followed this up. The realities of game design are such that each feature has a cost, manpower, time, budget. Why not just can set a producer on fire? Try it. It's funny. Better to not swim if you're not going to do anything with it than to add it simply to have it. Exactly. Like just having it so somebody can check off a box doesn't really make sense. It just doesn't. The hitherto most common version of this is when a dev shows a game and the first question is there a day-night cycle? I'm convinced many day-night cycles exist to save PR people from murder charges. That's funny. I think, and to be clear, there are some games where perhaps it is fair to bring this up and it is fair to question it. Like, is it fair to ask day-night cycle? Let's go with that. Day-night cycle in something like AC Shadows. It has a day-night cycle because the game is called AC Shadows, and it's useful in the gameplay for them to cycle between day and night. That just makes sense, right? In a different game, like, what would an example be? Expedition 33. Does that need a day-night cycle? No, it doesn't. The game would not be better. I think if it did have a day-night cycle, most people would not notice or care. I don't think it would matter, because it just doesn't have an impact on the game that they're producing, that they're making. So it doesn't make sense to spend the resources to do it. Does Undertale, or like what would another like even more ridiculous? Does chess need a day-night cycle? No, of course not. Don't be stupid. Yeah, at different times in the game's runtime, the lighting changes. It's chess. Shut up. Who cares? Like, what are we doing? So anyway, this started a whole discussion and a whole debate over the whole thing. It's very, very interesting. Nick Tech followed this up. Update, Mafia the Old Country does have swimming mechanics built in game. When you jump in deep water, Enzo goes back to shore and you can see he is indeed swimming. The devs clearly thought of this feature, added it, and decided it's best to not include it by design choice, just like Mafia Definitive Edition. In my case here, I was wondering if it's possible to swim. I didn't try jumping straight into deep waters, but instead tried to gradually go deeper, hitting an invisible wall. I see nothing wrong with not having swimming physics. My expectations when playing this game was to compare it to previous Mafia games, some of which were open world and had swimming physics, but this is a linear game by design and choice. The expectations are set properly, and I still believe $50 for this game is an incredible value after some stuttering issues are ironed out on PC. And I think, this also kickstarted a discussion. I'm glad that he followed up with this and answered more clearly what he thinks of it. But I think that this also, people call this Krobie Cat syndrome, where there's this desire to look at like a game and compare it and then therefore dismiss the new one because it doesn't match one-to-one. It's like sometimes things are cut, sometimes things are changed in pursuit of other things. And that's just what you're doing when you're making a game, is that you're constantly figuring out what we should put effort into and what we shouldn't. And the whole problem of this generation has been that budgets are out of control and prices for players have gotten out of control, even to the point where giga corporations like Microsoft, $4 trillion companies, are having to step back their pricing, go back from 80 as they initially announced for Outer Worlds 2 and go back and say, okay, we'll only charge 70 because the reaction was so strong against that. Players are just fed up with the price hikes, and scope is so out of control that these games are freakishly expensive to make. And the only way you really get that fixed, I don't think you can endlessly raise prices. Gamers only have so much money. And we've seen that even with the response from Microsoft walking back the price hike. So now I think what you're saying is, okay, how else do we change it? How else do we fix the equation? Because if we can't raise prices here, we have to lower the cost here, and we got to cut some costs by making smaller games, by not trying to turn everything into the next Assassin's Creed or Red Dead or GTA, and being tighter with the scopes, and maybe not try to turn everything into a massive quadruple A monstrosity. Maybe you start smaller with like a double A experience that's a little tighter, a little more refined, a smaller dev team that's really passionate, and you give them plenty of time to work on it instead of having 2,000 devs work on something for a year and a half, So I think that this is, a good indication. The passionate response to this initial post. I think it shows that the industry more broadly is healing in a way from this trend that was so prominent during the 2010s. And gamers are now much more open to tighter experiences because games like Mafia: The Old Country used to be very, very common, especially back in like the 360 PS3 era. There were a lot of these tighter budget, tighter scoped games that didn't try to do everything. You know, they were just trying to do what they were trying to do and nothing more, nothing less. But they kind of died out, especially in the age of the blockbusters on PS4. And now it looks like players are open to it because of products like Game Pass, which make them much more palatable, I think, just to give them a shot. But even with Mafia: The Old Country, which is, as far as I know, not on any of those services, players are still interested and open to it. So I'm here for it because I would like more games like Mafia: The Old Country. This is like exactly the kind of package I like. It's 12 hours long. It's not ridiculously oversized and bloated with tons of garbage. And it's like, hey, we know how to do a story well. We know how to do cinematics well and set pieces well. Let's do that. That's our game. And they just do that well. Yeah. Does the combat and stealth work amazingly well? No, not really. But it's good enough to service what they are really good at. And then it's also a package that's discounted and is at a cheaper price point. And I think we need more of that, frankly. Better water physics than Starfield. At least it has a map at launch. I'll give you that. Yeah, I like smaller packages, Taylor. Exactly. And if you guys are here on the stream today, you probably do too. Because you're watching me. Sadness. Jesus. Sorry. We gotta end it on a strong one, right? Is Mafia a flop or not? We literally do not know. I've talked to people involved with Mafia and they said they are thrilled with the response. I don't know what that means beyond they're just happy that it seems to be going pretty well. But flop has a specific definition. I think, when we talk about selling a product, a flop is something where it's like a catastrophic loss of money. That is not what this is. This seems to be a pretty solid performer so far. Is it like blowing expectations? This is like an Expedition 33 level success where remember Expedition 33, they literally ran out of physical copies. They didn't produce enough. So they sold out of physical copies, I think in all of Europe. No, we don't have that level of success here, but it does seem to be a solid success. Like they are happy with the results, which is good. Let's see. Where did I leave off with these? Jimothy, thank you for 15 months. Hi, this is Mr. Me's mom. Please do not listen to Caleb and let my son's legacy die. He must be remembered and honored for his contributions to society. That's fair. That's a good point. I'm glad you came, Mr. Me's mom. Mrs. Mr. Me. Thank you. Glad you're here. Machine XP, thank you for the 5 as well. Would have been awesome if people were more like this with Avowed. The director literally said it was not Skyrim like 100 times. Yeah, I think it was the price point. Avowed was, I'm pretty sure 70, wasn't it? When you price something, when you price something at 70, expectations are going to be that you're delivering a AAA product, not a AA one. If Avowed were 50, I think expectations would have been significantly lower. Pricing it at 70 implies, intentionally or not, that you're achieving the same level of quality as other $70 games. And that's why different price points exist, right? Like you have $70 games because that's what the AAA stuff demands in order to make your money back. And then you have the $50 games to be the tighter scoped stuff that was cheaper to make, but also is not going to be as massive and as impressive maybe as the AAA stuff, but it still fits a void in the market. Then you have like the indie stuff, much smaller stuff that can be 30 and below that is much more affordable, but is just about, getting your foot in the door. So I think for Avowed, a lot of it was price point and how they framed it, I think that was a huge component of it. I know a lot of people played it on Game Pass, but a lot of people who played it on Game Pass were happy with what they got.
Normal NPC donated $10 through Super Chat.
Thank you.
Guardians of the Galaxy is $10 right now on PlayStation.
Oh, get over there, guys. Get over there. If you seriously, take my recommendation. A lot of you have before with like the Forgotten City and all sorts of games like that. Go play Guardians of the Galaxy. It's $10 on PlayStation. You will thank me. You can even play it on your brand new PS5 Pro if you enter our giveaway. Pin links in chat. Enter the giveaway. Do it. Do it. I'm going to give you a PS5 Pro so you can play Guardians of the Galaxy. You'll be thankful. Okay. Oh, and it's free if you have PlayStation Plus. Even better. Even better. Booyah. Booyah. I'm not talking about price point. That's fair criticism. I'm saying compared to Skyrim is literally stupid. Oh, yeah. No, I agree, Machine. I'm just saying I think the reason why people expected Skyrim was because of the price point. I think that was a huge component of it. Some people, sure, were just like, well, it's been 10 years. Therefore, you should be able to make a game like that. But they weren't trying to. The fact that Avowed exists, period, is also impressive because it started as a multiplayer game and then was transitioned to a single player game. And there's been a few of those. I'm pretty sure Gotham Knights at one point was like multiplayer only, and then eventually they opened it up and made it so you could play through it single player. And I think Dragon Age Veilguard was multiplayer. It was single player, then multiplayer, then single player again, and then Avowed also multiplayer turned into single player. It's just New Saints Row. Was that one also originally multiplayer? Was it really? It was, yeah. Damn, dude. Damn. Yeah. Anyway. I have another fun thing to share with you. If you follow me on X, you already saw this. But I'm going to show it to you anyway. You ready? Here we go. You know that game that's coming soon? Intergalactic the Heretic Prophet? No, you don't. You didn't know that was coming soon? Well, I think we're going to find out more about it very soon. You know why? Well, we got the trailer. This announcement trailer was 7 months ago, right? Game Awards 2024. December 2024. It is currently August, dare I say. So we're about 4 months out from the 1 year anniversary of the reveal trailer for Intergalactic. And Naughty Dog typically likes to drop a trailer about once a year as they lead up to what they have to reveal. In the past, they showcased it at like Sony State of Plays, or they would showcase it at E3. But now, of course, E3 is dead, so they can't do that. But you know what I saw? Well, I follow the official X account for job hirings at Naughty Dog specifically, which I realize is a very niche thing to follow considering I'm not applying for these jobs, but hey, it's a public thing. You can follow it too if you want. And on this page, they post all of the job listings that they currently have available for people that, they're looking to fill roles. And you know what role they're looking for? Gameplay capture artist. Do you have an eye for cinematic gameplay and the determination to get that perfect run? Join us as a gameplay capture artist and help showcase our worlds through stunning shots and gameplay. Literally, your job will be to play the game, and then you're the one playing it that they're capturing footage of to cut into trailers or into gameplay previews and stuff like that. As you can see here, this position is for temporary engagement through our staffing partner, DZ Connects. Candidates must be authorized to work in the United States for this position. Okay. Thank you, Firechild. Thank you for the membership. Thank you. Let's see. Ability to work hybrid from our Santa Monica, California-based studio is required. Okay. For nearly 40 years, I've been crafting, blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's go through here. Video game capture artist works with our video editing team to produce outstanding videos and captivating screenshots from all Naughty Dog games. In addition, this role will work closely with the design and programming departments to script complex shots to allow for faster iteration. You will collaborate closely with our communications, animation, cinematography, and other teams as needed. You will utilize our custom internal tools to capture unique and captivating shots. This role will occasionally be responsible for editing captures into complete video assets for internal use and external release. You will identify and capture cinematic gameplay content from within our game, creating imagery that conveys narrative tone and highlights core game features. Rapidly understand the narrative themes, tone, and aesthetics of games in active development and gain mastery of gameplay. Utilize debug functions as well as new and evolving in-game tools to create unique and stylish video and still captures. Work with varying levels of supervision and creative direction, ranging from high levels of autonomy to working directly with a director to capture specific requests. Work on multiple projects simultaneously, maintaining a fast pace to ensure deadlines are met and deliverables are up to industry-leading and quality standards. Problem solve to achieve the best possible results, blah, blah, blah. And then all the skills you'll use. You need to be creative. Shocker. Programming, nonlinear editing experience, proficiency with Adobe Creative Suite, Premiere, Media Encoder, blah, blah, blah. And then you can apply. And the estimated pay is hourly at $34.52 to $43.13 an hour. Okay. And it's a temporary job, to be clear. Temporary. I think they're preparing for a trailer at the Game Awards. Lock it in. This is locking it in, apparently. Yeah, $34 in Santa Monica. Not a ton. I'm gonna be real. Per hour. What is that annually? 70,000 before tax in Santa Monica. You're not getting rich. It's also an entry-level job. So what are you gonna do? It's also a hybrid position too. Anyway, that's about what you're making. Okay, that's about what you're making. Yeah, you could buy one of Neil's watches for that. You could buy one of Neil's watches. Dude, what's the point? You know, again, you got to remember this. You got to remember. Hold on, I'm stalling while I pull it up.
Neil has a lot more money than you. He's better than us. We're poor.
Neil has a lot more money than us. He's better than us. We're poor. I forget the own words to my own thing. So yeah, I think they're getting ready for a trailer drop. I think they're getting revved up. They're going to start capturing footage, screenshots, all sorts of stuff. You know, they hired this person in the next few weeks. They have 3 months to work on screen grabs and stuff. And that is the goal leading into the Game Awards, possibly, or maybe it's for a spring showcase, but I don't think somebody needs more than 3 months to cut a trailer together. I mean, pay me a tenth of that $70,000 range and I'll cut you a trailer. Fly me to your studio. I'll do it in a weekend. Okay. Knock it out. It'll be fine. Okay. I don't need 70 grand for a year. Or I guess a month would be, I don't know. The math is not math and my brain hurts. So anyway, yeah, give me a candle too. Give me a candle too. I'll cut it together. But yeah, I think they're getting ready for a trailer or something. I think they're starting to rev it up. Shout out MR3D Dev for using the Luke GIFs. But I think they're revving up. I think we're getting into the zone. They're going to start capturing footage. They need screen caps to use on like the PlayStation Store page and maybe the Steam page too. You never know. You never know. Maybe day one Steam. You never know. You never know what PlayStation's thinking with this. You never know. But they need screen caps. They need trailer footage. They need all that stuff. And they're starting to hire people specifically to do it. So we'll see what they got. We'll see what they got. But I thought I'd share that with you because I follow these job listings for little tidbits like this. And hey, now we see it. Now we see it. Booyah. Okay. Okay. Let me catch up on these real quick. Caleb, thank you for the 5. My Discord is linked to with my YouTube, but it still doesn't show the Discord. What was that email and the screenshots do I share so I can get access? Caleb, send it to luke@28thave.com. It's also just, if you go to my link tree, it's not going to pull up. I can also just pull it up this way. Like on my X page, it's literally just this. Send it to Luke at 28th Ave. Include in the subject line Discord connection issue or whatever. And the specific thing is you have to send a screenshot of the connections screen on Discord. So you trying to connect your YouTube or Twitch account to the Discord, or with it connected, you share that with me in that email and I can hook you up. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Firechild, again, thank you for the membership. Elias, thank you for the show off tier membership. My goodness. Thank you. Appreciate you. Jimothy, thank you for the 5. I'm currently recovering from surgery. If everyone could say a little prayer to the big man above, Todd, of course. That would help. May Todd be with you all. And also with you, my friend. And also with you. May Todd bless you and sprinkle bugs upon you. And may you one day join him peacefully at the chess club in the sky.
Shout out to the chess club.
And may his detail shine upon you. Of course.
16 times the detail.
Amen. I'll light a candle to that. Praise be. Praise be to Todd. Praise be. There we go. Holla. Real quick, just another reminder to everybody. I'm giving away a PS5 Pro this month. To join, the link is pinned in chats on Twitch and on YouTube. Go there, click the link, enter your information. You get extra entries if you complete each of these little activities. So do that, you get entered, and then we'll do the drawing live when we do the official giveaway at the end of the month, okay? Hell yeah. Booyah. Okay. Do you want to just feel better about yourself real quick? I feel like this is an important thing. Group therapy sessions with Luke. I think that's something we need to do more regularly. Just something to make you guys feel better about yourselves. This guy, I think he streams on Twitch or something. He shared this screen cap and screen grab of all of his microtransactions on NBA 2K25.
$32,831.68 on this game. I'll say it again, $32,831.68.
This man has spent $32,000 on NBA 2K25. I don't even understand how you could do that, but like, look at this specifically. Okay. If we go back to when he's zooming down it, okay, scrolling down, he's playing once every few days, but right here, like, for example, on the 31st, he spends enough. He buys 3 of these 450,000 virtual currency packs. These are each $100 packs with tax. They go to 107. Just there, he spent $321 in one day. The next day he boots up, and he only bought 2, to be fair. Okay, he only spent $214. The next day he bought an even bigger pack, 2 of them. So he spent $321 on the 4th. On the 5th, he only bought small stuff. He only bought the bonus offer for 22, and then he bought a couple more that I guess were cheaper. And you can see some of these days he only bought one. He only spent 160 on the 18th. The day before he spent 160. 2 days before that he spent 160. The day before that spent 107. The day before that he did renew his PlayStation Plus Essential. Okay. 12 month. He redeemed that. But he also spent 107. Like, this is what I try to tell you when I say that the whales are the ones that keep these games afloat. The average gamer spends nothing on these games. The average gamer doesn't spend anything on these. They play them free. They sit through the ads. They grind out the battle pass for free, and that's what they do. But there's 1% that maybe spends 20, 30 bucks. They buy the season pass, premium, whatever, and that's it. But 1/10 of 1% are spending tens of thousands of dollars on these games. Essential and not premium. I mean, he's on a budget. He doesn't want to be wasteful with this or careless with his spending, you know? Tens of thousands of dollars. And this is just on NBA 2K25, okay? Typically, and we looked at it on stream. There was actually a study done by one of these investment analysis firms, that looks at the gaming industry specifically. And they dug into whale spending behaviors and stuff. And typically, if somebody is a whale in one game, they are a whale in another as well. There's very few whales that just have one game they focus on and hyperfixate on. It's pretty typical. If you play one mobile game and you spend a crap ton of money on it, you're also spending a crap ton of money on other mobile games too. Maybe not as much, but still way more than you should be. Way more, okay? I don't even know what you spend this virtual currency on. I don't know how you could possibly do that, but this dude has like an actual problem. At least you go to Vegas and you gamble, you can win money. At least, you know, you go and you have an addiction to hookers. You get some poontang. At least if you have an addiction to Warhammer, you get figurines. You could even resell hypothetically, right? You spend it on cocaine, you get a little something to make you feel good. You know? This is just sad. This makes me sad. But you do this and
live with the consequences.
You have to live with the consequences. This is wild. This whales are intelligent creatures. This doesn't make sense. Here's the thing. I'm sure there are some whales in these games that are just genuinely kind of dumb and don't realize or don't care or both that they're spending that much money. But for a lot of whales, this is like an actual gambling addiction. Like they actually struggle with stopping themselves. They will say, and they will film videos saying, I spent $32,000 on this game. I don't even know how. I'm going broke because of this game. I don't know what to do. Like there will be people who will say that, but they keep spending because it's like, it's an actual addiction. And there's different types of addictions. There's process addictions. Like for example, a lot of people who think they're addicted to coffee and Starbucks, they're not actually addicted to Starbucks. They're addicted to the process. They're addicted to the drive-through, to the getting a nice warm cup with their name written on it, you know? And it's similar with this, like, process addictions. Come on. There we go. Behavioral addiction, as it's also called, refers to compulsive behaviors that an individual engages in and continues to do despite harmful consequences. Process addictions are like substance addictions in that the individual is unable to stop or cut down on the behavior, even though negative outcomes are occurring and they're aware of them usually. It is unlike a substance addiction in that the desirable high from dopamine and the other hormones is not from drugs or alcohol, but from the behavior itself. And this is where, like, when people get into this, they get into the habit of, like, I'm used to the colorful sparks when I open the loot box or when I open the pack or whatever. And I'm used to, you know, when I go to Starbucks, I get the coffee and maybe they recognize me. They say, hi, good morning. I get my coffee. I get my lemon pound cake. I drink it. It tastes really good, and then I also hear the ding when I register this, and it's like a Pavlovian response where I get my yummy coffee when I hear the ding of spending money, and they get addicted to that routine, to that process. And it's bizarre because it's not a chemical addiction like alcohol or heroin or something. It's literally to like bells and whistles and dings and stuff in mobile games and in loot boxes and stuff. But it's a science. They know what they're doing. It's why freaking whatever they call them. What do they call them? The thing you pull down. Those things. You pull the lever and then it spins and spins and then it lines them up. What the hell is that called? A slot machine. Thank you, JRP. Slot machines. Yeah. It's why those all work the same way with the dings and the bells and the shiny lights and everything. It's all just taking advantage of these particular things in people's brains that give them a little shot of dopamine, and then it hooks people who are sensitive to these types of addictions. And so they get caught in this, and they will spend tens of thousands of dollars. Tens of thousands of dollars. It's why it would be really interesting if these games had like a cap on spending. It's like, okay, you cannot physically spend more than $500 in these games. Anything more than that is egregious, and we won't let you spend any more than that. These games overnight would be shut down and would be unprofitable. Like, they wouldn't work because they're kept afloat by these guys who are going to spend that much money on these things. How do you even buy an NBA 2K? You get currency packs, and I guess the currency packs, has somebody played NBA 2K? What do you even buy with them? NBA 2K25 store? Maybe I can just look it up. I mean, this is what it says. These are the packs he's buying. I don't even know. You're buying maybe character packs or something? Clothes and tattoos. No way you're just buying cosmetics. Is he spending $33,000 on cosmetics? That's somehow even sadder than if it's pay to win. If it's pay to win, at least like, oh, you're addicted to winning in the game, so you're spending money like that. Stats, my team, customizations. Okay. Loot boxes for cards, I assume. That's kind of what I'm assuming too. But this is crazy. And as I've told you guys before, there's multiple reasons why they use virtual currencies, why they'll sell you 700,000 tokens instead of just letting you buy this card pack for $5 and then this character for $2 and this skin for $1. For one, it's because when you separate it out, it's the same reason they do it in an arcade as well. You don't feel like you're spending money. Like, you have 700,000 credits. That's kind of separated out in your brain from the actual money you're spending. You're spending $150 when you buy 700,000 credits, but when you spend 100,000 credits, your brain is not registering that you're actually spending a significant chunk of change. Like, it just doesn't connect it. It's like, it's whatever. Ignore it. It doesn't matter. But the other piece of this is that these credits are a separate issue from what you're buying. So if you go to like 2K support and you say, hey, I didn't mean to buy that 700,000 credits worth of microtransactions, or I was super drunk and I did it accidentally, or my kid did it or whatever, because that is one step removed from your actual money, they just have to refund you the credits. They don't have to refund you the money. And the credits don't cost them anything. So even if there's some issue where they have to refund you, they just give you credits back. They never have to give you money back, which is why they also disclose it's considered an in-game item for the purposes of the Steam refund offer. So as you can see, refunds on in-game purchases. They'll offer refunds for in-game purchases with any Valve-developed games within 48 hours, so long as it's not been consumed. Third-party devs will have the option to enable refunds for in-game items on these terms. Steam will tell you at the time of purchase if the developer has opted to offer refunds in the in-game item you are buying. Otherwise, in-game purchases in non-Valve games are not refundable through Steam. And I would guess they're not refunding you. I don't think they're going to give you your money back. So anyway, we like half jokingly, yeah, you feel better about yourself when you see this, because you're like, at least I'm not spending $32,000 on NBA 2K. But you look at this as he scrolls it. This is every few days. Like, he took a day off on the 12th. He spent $400+ on the 12th. And then on the 14th, where is it? Right here. We'll say 3, 4, 5. He's spending $500-$600 on some of these days. And it's every couple days. He's spending more and more and more. This is the slideshow of an addict. So he does deserve some sympathy. And I hope he figures it out. Because damn, that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. I hope he can get some help. Get some help. Because my God. And you see other people in the comments. I've spent a little over $1,000 in total from 2K13 to 2K25, and I thought that was absurd. It is. I think I've spent $10 in 2K history. That's only because I stopped playing career after 16. Dude. But then you see, these videos, maybe, for 2K, they're even good. Because they're like, yeah. So now the people that spend $500, now they feel like that's not that bad. And they feel justified in doing that. I only spent $1,000. I'm fine. No, that's still bad. That's not good. Stop. No. Like, I hope these people can get some help. There are resources out there. We just Googled one, outlet that does process addiction help. The biggest thing is you just have to cut it cold turkey. There's people who are like, oh, I'll just only play it once a week. You can't do that. You just have to cut it out of your life. If you're susceptible to this stuff, you got to snap out of it. If you're an alcoholic, don't drink a beer. Don't get close to it. You just can't do it. It sucks. It's not fair. I get it. But if your brain is wired that way, where it can be taken advantage of by these slimy practices, it's going to do it. Like, you gotta do it. But be aware that, like, you wonder why there's Beavis and Butthead skins in Call of Duty. You wonder why they do the crazy, like, Family Guy, Stewie Griffin, whatever crossovers, have Roger from American Dad, Ricky Spanish in Call of Duty lobbies. It's because there are people like this that will buy every single skin available in the game at full price the moment it drops because they just can't help themselves. The vast majority of people are not buying it, but a lot of them are buying everything. And they're the ones that keep the game afloat, ultimately. So wish him the best. I don't know who this guy is, but wish him the best. Seems like he needs it. Can you imagine when you come out of it? Like, say you overcome this. This is part of what the addiction does. It's the sunk cost fallacy, where, like, they get caught up in the spending. He's like, I already spent $30,000. I can't stop now. Otherwise, that will all have been for nothing. Because imagine what happens. Like, imagine he cuts it cold turkey and then he's like, okay, I won't touch it again. I will never play the game again. You're just accepting that $30K is gone. It's just in the wind. Sunk down the toilet. But that's what you have to do. You have to just accept it and move on. You can't come up with excuses and reasons to keep going. Either way, you've spent the money. It's out there. You got to move on. But man, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. And this is the stuff he shared. Imagine how many people out there have spent crazy money like that and are not sharing it or keeping it, like, locked down and private because they're embarrassed by it. Probably just as many, if not more. Yeah. Starfield veteran Luke. Well, to end this segment, I found a guy. I don't actually think I bookmarked his channel, but I found a guy that he literally had a channel, or has a channel, that is dedicated to Starfield. Even today, he still posts pretty regular videos, like once a week. And it's like quite wholesome. Like, genuinely quite wholesome. He has to say at the start of every video, he has to be like, I'm trying to just spread a little positivity. I like the game. If you don't, that's fine. But I want to talk about Starfield today. And I was like, bro, go for it. I don't think Starfield's very good, but I'm glad you like it. And he's found a tight-knit community that likes it. Go for it. And he just talks about mods and stuff that he likes playing with and all that. I'm like, that's sweet. Good on him. Good on him. There are some channels out there like that. And I like to see it. I like to see it. Okay. Where did I go? Where did I leave off? I want to do this. We should start with this because it looks as though we potentially saw a leak of next-gen Xbox hardware. It's sadly 2K culture. That game basically costs $170 because you can't play online due to everybody already buying to 85. Dude. But that's, you know, that's all part of the game. They just inflate it to that. So if you want to actually be competitive, you have to do that. It just sucks, man. Kills the game. Kills the game. Synced up. Thank you for the 5. Had to cut out Fortnite, which I played since day one because I was spending too much. Helps that I started not liking the direction of the game, though. I'm sure that does help when you're like, it's easier to quit when I don't like it. But that's what you have to do. I mean, you have to just sometimes cut it off and move on. But good for you for recognizing it and stopping. It's once you realize how much you're spending that you'll just snap out of it. Like, again, the one of the ways I've always been able to adjust spending when I have something kind of dumb like that is if I'm like, okay, if I am saving for retirement and I plan on retiring in, I don't know, let's say 35 years, let's start at 0. And I literally every month, at the end of the month, I'm saving, maybe you were spending $100 a month on microtransactions, right? And I invest that in like a well-managed portfolio, Fidelity, Vanguard. They have some that can perform like 12, 13%. Let's do 12% annually. At the end of all of that, like that's how much we could be saving, okay? Because it's not just the raw cash you're saving. It's the opportunity cost of that money going away. So if you just like think about how much money you could actually be saving as time goes by and how much it could grow and expand, it all of a sudden becomes really hard. You know, but you're right. Let's go to something even more casual, especially because we're probably going to see a market correction soon. It's like an 8%. And again, our time horizon is 35 years. This is not a quick turnaround. Still. And 214, to be fair, is not going to feel like 214,000 today in 35 years. But it'll still feel a lot more than 42,000. You know. And this isn't to say, like, you know, the Dave Ramsey thing. You should cut out everything in your life that gives you joy to save a little bit of money. No, I'm not saying that. But I think it is something where if you have something that is literally just total wasteful spending that goes nowhere, you should at least open it up to try maybe saving and investing. Yeah, 214 will feel like 100. Realistically, our biggest spike of inflation just hit like last few years. Typically, inflation comes in waves. So there's a big wave of inflation and then there's deflationary pressures. Things level out for a long time because the Fed is trying very hard to get it under control. So we should be good and things should level out for about a decade, 2 decades before things, you know, have the potential to really spike up again. At least typically, if history is to be believed. But yeah. It won't feel like 214,000 nowadays. Let's see. Where did I leave off? Starfish Pat, thank you for the membership, by the way. Thank you. Machine XP, also thank you for the 2. Addicted to bad habits and good feelings. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You know, there's some things I think it's fine to have some habits which maybe aren't great. Like if you like smoking a cigar every once in a while, that's fine. You like having a drink. I know we all do. That's cool. Whatever. You like eating Twinkies every morning. Okay. Might be a lot, but okay. But everything in moderation, you know? I think once you get to the point where you are spending $32,000 on 2K25. We're not talking 2K period, like over all the games. He's saying this year's game specifically, he has spent $32,000. At that point, you're in trouble. You're in trouble. maybe chill. Maybe chill. Yeah. That was no $37 trillion in debt, huh? Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. The debt is out of control. But have you ever looked up the percentage of, or the debt to GDP ratio of like Japan? Whenever you start to like really stress, you got to see Japan because it's a little ridiculous. Yeah, Japan's debt has also been pretty insane. There's even entire Reddit posts. How is Japan still economically stable and not crashing despite absurdly high government debt? Yeah, their public debt in 2023 was 9.2 trillion, which is 263% of GDP. It's the highest in the developed world, and Japan has been in this situation for more than a decade, and it's forecasted to increase in the years to come. For comparison, the U.S.'s debt to GDP ratio is currently 121%. This was 9 months ago. So, like, our gross domestic product to our debt, 121%. Theirs, 263. It's all about the size of the country. In other words, like, Japan has way more debt for the size of their economy than we do. Yes, their country's smaller, their debt is smaller, but in terms of, like, think of it as how much debt you have versus your income. It's very simplified, but think of it like that. They are making less, but have just as much debt as you do, like in terms of the proportionality. Like they're also in trouble.
Donated $9.99 through
Thank you.
Super Chat. Long-time listener, first-time chatter.
Hell yeah.
Just want to show a big appreciation to all of your hard work.
Thank you.
Much love, man. Finally playing through the Mafia trilogy because of your love for it.
Thank you. Thank you. That's very nice of you. And thank you for the 10. That's very generous. Yeah, I love me some Mafia. Mafia 3 you might struggle with a little bit, but for real, Mafia 1 and especially like Mafia 2, I just like driving around in those games. Like Mafia 2, especially if you play it around Christmas or on like a snowy day, you're driving through Empire Bay and things are like kind of snowy and you get the music popping and vibing. Ooh. It's really good. How is driving in old country? It is historically grounded primarily. So the cars drive like ass. But that's because cars back then drive like ass. I saw somebody say they didn't want to play Mafia the Old Country, specifically because the cars, the transmissions were bad and they barely got out of second gear. It's like, bro, do you realize? We're talking about like 1905, 1906, 1907. We're talking about a time where a lot of cars, if you had a car, period, that was amazing. But a lot of these cars had literally like 2 gears. This guy in particular was complaining because the car you drive at the beginning of the game literally only has 2 gears. Like it can't get out of second gear because there isn't a third. And he's like, yeah, it sucks, man. The transmissions suck. I was like, bro, do you even know what you're talking? It was unbelievable. It's like complaining. Yeah, so the guns they're using, they don't even have any lasers. It's just like, do you know what time period we're talking about, dude? Like, this is not Call of Duty. What are you talking about? Yeah, the game sucks. The cars aren't even remote start. They don't even have an app to control the AC. Like what? And you're buying this game? No, I'm waiting for a sale. So yeah, okay. You can sit down now. There's like no speeder bikes at all. You sure it wasn't a shitpost? It might have been. It might have been. It was subtle enough where he's like specifically claiming that it, or complaining that it doesn't get out of second gear, that it's like he might actually just think that the cars are like bad and slow, because he was saying that the cars don't drive well. And actually, I think it was in reply to a video of the driving in Old Country. What am I holding? It is a little bolt that has two little like spinning washer things on it. It's for use on my camera. So you put this into the shoe on top of the camera, and then it can lift up the little mic piece that you want up there. But I've just been playing with it. It's a good fidget toy. I don't know why. Infinite, thank you for that super chat. I found out just a few weeks ago that Daniel Vavra was lead writer for Mafia 1 and 2, and it does explain a lot. Yeah, dude, he literally went from Mafia to founding like his own studio and making Kingdom Come Deliverance. Yeah. I was like, no wonder I like these games so much. No wonder. It's great. Luke, thoughts about Mafia ending? I have depression as peak story. That's kind of every Mafia story. No spoilers, of course, but every Mafia story kind of, that what I kind of like about them is that they revisit the same kind of rags to riches story, just in a different setting, different characters. But fundamentally, they're telling a very similar story from game to game to game. And then they kind of weave them together in a really cool way. But ultimately, like, a lot of those games are tragedies. Like, that's what they're trying to do. It's really cool. I love them. Did I read your super chat from earlier? Let me see. Wilfredo, thank you for the 2. Speaking of watches, is Atolio Vegas a good brand? I mean, I think it depends on what you mean by good brand. I've heard of these. I'm checking them out real quick to see if it's the ones I think they are. Oh yeah, I think they are. Okay. I think it depends on what you're looking for. Like, if you're looking for something that looks nice, but maybe is like, you know, affordable for like a $200-$300 watch, I'm sure they're pretty solid. I don't own any myself, but I've heard of them and seen them on like the subreddits talking about the watches and stuff. So they're nice. The thing with like lower price point watches is you got to pay attention to the movement. If they are like solar watches, or if they are like these, a lot of these look like they're quartz time based, and then they're made out of steel and everything. Those will be totally fine. Like, you don't have to worry about winding them. You don't have to worry about maintenance. They'll just be solid watches. You can get a few of them for different outfits or different occasions, and that'll serve the job just fine. Like, it's not gonna wow you or anything, but they look really nice for what they are, you know. I think it's just specifically knowing what you're getting is key. Knowing what you're getting. Don't expect it to be like a Grand Seiko, exactly, or don't expect it to be like an Omega. They're going to be battery operated. Or even like this one I'm wearing is a solar based one, so I don't have to wind it or do anything like that. It just charges when you go outside. The solar backed dial actually charges it, which is kind of cool. But I like this one mechanically, I don't find as beautiful or impressive as like a self-winding Omega or Rolex or something, but that's because those are way more expensive. So it's just about knowing what you want. But if you like the look of the Atolio Vegas, go for it. Go for it. Solar, go outside. Luke, do you know your audience? Fair point. Synced up, thank you for the membership, my friend. Thank you. Let's see. 53 Nights also thinking for the 5. It's like me buying, or it's like buying ships in Star Citizen or paying to chat. Yeah. No, Star Citizen ships. I think it's some of them, if you get the actual ship in the game and you can fly it, that's one thing. But there are people who have spent thousands of dollars on ships in Star Citizen, and those ships still don't even exist. There are people that have bought ships and have been waiting years for them to make the ship. They literally pre-ordered a ship in a video game that they've not even started working on beyond like concept art. It's pretty bad. It's pretty cringe. Years for a virtual ship. Yeah, dude. They've spent thousands on some of these. Some of these ships are so massive that like they are designed to hold crews of like 100, 200 players. And it takes that many to actually operate the ship. It's cool in concept and it'd be cool in a video game, but for thousands of dollars, like what are we doing? And some will still come out after 1.0. Yeah, dude. And those same people are the ones that will defend like CIG and Robert Space Industries. They'll defend the developers for doing that, even when other people call them out for it. And again, I've mentioned this a bajillion times. I didn't realize how well our Star Citizen video was doing because, you know, I put these videos out and then like they're out. I'm not rewatching my videos regularly or anything. But dude, I'll do a Star Citizen video once every like year and they'll do 1 million. Like this one from a year, probably this is going on 2 years ago. This one has 1 million views. This one up here that we did 2 months ago is at 1.1 million views. Like what is happening? What is happening? But in this video, I called out how slimy their monetization practices were and everything. And specifically what I outlined in the video was that this is not sustainable because ultimately they are running out of money. And I think that's why they're growing desperate. And beyond that, I think that they are trying to find a way to break into the mainstream to get people like you and me to buy it for 70 at like a full price multiplayer game. And then to also buy Squadron 42 for like $70 on top of that. And so they're trying to find a way to break into that, you know, pierce that veil into the mainstream. The problem is people like you and me will not tolerate $800 ships or $500 ships or any of this nonsense. But they have an entire player base that is accustomed to it and even expects and demands it because they charge this much and then they pay it. And then they're upset if there's discussions of making it available to everybody, you know? And that's the problem is that if I, you know, buy the game in 2026 when it launches in 1.0, if it ever gets there, I know it's not likely, but still. If I bought the game and I get like this cruise ship that they have for in game, you know, I don't pay anything extra for it, or one of the big giga ships for a clan, and we get it included in the ship because we paid for the $120 deluxe edition. So I effectively paid an extra like $40 for the game or $50. In exchange, I get this ship. So I basically paid $50 for this massive ship. There's going to be people who are like, I paid $500 for it. What are you talking about? No, I should get a refund or you shouldn't get the same ship. So there's going to be outrage from the players at that point. And beyond that, I think you're also going to end up in a situation where CIG also feels like they can't make a profit or can't make enough profit if their margins aren't wide enough. So they aren't going to want to sell the ships at that cheap. But if they launch Star Citizen on console or something, and they're charging hundreds of dollars for ships, that will not go over well. That will not go over well. And so I just think they're going to be in for a rude awakening if they try to get away with that. So I think, they're in a tough spot. They're trying to break into the mainstream, but their pricing model is not mainstream friendly at all. So they got to figure out some way of either reworking their monetization model or getting modern players accustomed to that. And I just don't know how they're going to pull that off. I really don't. I have no clue. It's beyond my pay grade. I don't think they're in a great spot though, because I think the average gamer is not gonna tolerate it. There are whales. Yes, we looked at that guy earlier on the stream, and he had spent $32,000 on NBA 2K microtransactions. That's one thing. But he is an exception, which is why that screen cap or screen grab went viral. He's the exception to the rule. In Star Citizen, I feel like a huge majority of players who are actively playing it regularly have spent not $32,000, but hundreds probably on the game. That's just my experience. And I think once you go into the mainstream, into the broader gaming public, you can't have that. It just won't work. It just won't work. They'll be selling crafting blueprints too, and yeah, all sorts of stuff, dude. If they can sell it, they will. They will find a way to sell it. It's just I don't think console players will bite. I just don't think so. But we'll see. They're gonna try. Let's see. Where did I leave off? I read that one. Starfish Pat, thank you. Need my coffee to kick in. Thank you for the membership, my friend. I think I already called that out, but still, thank you. Glad to have you. Let's see. And then Synced Up again. Thank you for the membership. Thank you. 32K. My wife would never let me spend that much. I have a feeling either he's really, really rich or he doesn't have he doesn't have somebody watching his finances. Probably needs one. Yeah, look at this, dude. I tried Star Citizen to see if it's worth the 500 million they've raised. This was 2 years ago when I tried the game for the first time, okay? That video did 1 million. And then a year later, I did this one. Star Citizen has raised $700 million. So I tried it again. That did 1.4. And then 2 months ago, they raised 800 million. And so I made another video that did 1.1. I don't know what it is, but it's like every year you pop back in, you check it out, and it's still kind of a disaster. It's got some new bells and whistles, but it's still kind of a disaster, and it's thoroughly entertaining. It's very interesting. 32K over how long? He said that was $32,000 in NBA 2K 25. This year's version of the game, he spent $32,000. This isn't NBA 2K. I spent $32,000 over a decade. No, this year's version, he spent $32,000. Yeah, figure that one out. Trying to get. You ever try to do that where you like lift yourself up and you try to stretch your spine to pop your back? When it happens, it feels amazing, but you gotta get it in just the right spot. Also, thank you, New World. Hey, Luke, quick question: do you record while streaming or just download the VOD? Typically, we'll just download the VOD. I stream to restream, and then restream has and keeps a backup of every stream at the full quality. So if you try to download it from YouTube, it will transcode it, and then you download the transcoded version. So it's usually not quite as good. But if you stream through restream, restream will save it in the full quality that you sent it, which can be nice. Other than that, like ideally, you just record. But in our, like for our workflow, because my editors don't live in my house, me recording it locally and then having to upload it separately just adds extra steps. Whereas if we just let the cloud handle it, we just have one download instead of having to upload and then download. It's just, it handles it, you know? Okay. Let's talk about this. Which one do I want to do first? Again, reminder, once more, we are doing giveaway of a PS5 Pro. Get in there. Links pinned in chat. Get in there. Put your entries in. If you complete each one of these, you get extra entries into the raffle. Do it to it. It's awesome. Would love to have some winners from the stream actually getting it, okay? Get your ass in there. I'm working on Canadian and international giveaways, don't you worry. Somebody was asking earlier on stream if we could do a giveaway of the Todd candle. And if you guys want that, we could do that too. I have a feeling that we'll have significantly less entries than the PS5 Pro, but still. Get in there. It's free to enter. Do it to it. Okay, thank you, New World and the Boost. Thank you for the subs over on Twitch. Thank you, guys. Glad to have you. Thank you. Okay, let's do this. Okay. News. Okay. So it looks like the next gen APU, possibly the new Xbox Silicon, has leaked. People have found out about it. Digital Foundry has talked about it, and it gives a glimpse as to what the next generation Xbox could be. There's been a lot of discourse around it suggesting that both console manufacturers are going to go more of a PC direction. But what does that even mean? People are thinking maybe hot swappable parts. People are thinking maybe they'll allow you to upgrade the GPU or upgrade the RAM yourself. Who knows? But we're going to find out what this APU could suggest, because one of the key things that looks possible is that they may be opening it up to have a separate CPU and GPU completely separate and make it so that you can order a different SKU depending on which power level you want. So they could have basically at launch a similar to the Series S and Series X, different scalable systems, but trying to keep the lowest common denominator as minimal as possible. But then later in the generation, you can just upgrade to a higher end GPU or something and do it that way, which could be really, really interesting. So let's see what they have to say about it. Bring it on.
Okay, so we're going to actually cover this. Well, we were thinking of covering it last week.
So a PC, yeah, but the vision, and this is something Xbox has talked about, the vision is to ultimately have it so that you can basically boot into the device, and maybe it prompts you, when you load in, it like has the Windows logo on a black screen and then the Xbox logo, and you just select with your mouse or controller which one you want to load into, and the Xbox launcher gives you the console experience, even if the hardware is just a PC. Kind of like if you've used Steam big picture mode, if you've tried that, it's the same UI that the Steam Deck uses. And it's very console-esque, but it's still fundamentally at its core like a PC. That's basically what it is. And that seems to be the vision, is to ultimately create a device that allows for sort of a dual booting thing where you can choose which way you want to do it. But at its core, if you want the console experience, you can do that even though it's a PC.
Leaks emerged via Moore's Law is Dead of a new console APU, presumably a console APU codenamed Magnus, which looks like a quite extraordinary design, a kind of custom SoC with bespoke graphics core and CPU core, kind of melded together with like a bridge. So really interesting stuff. Now, we weren't really, how can I say this? We didn't really have too much to say about it. There are a lot of question marks about it, but there has been some clarification emerging this week, and reputable sources coming forward with a bit more clarification about what's going on. It does look as though Magnus is part of the next generation Xbox lineup.
Yeah.
And there's some fascinating qualities to it, right, Oliver?
Yes, it's very interesting. And I'll go through some of those qualities now. But yeah, initially it was kind of a curious situation because I didn't really know what to make of it exactly, but there's been some more information that's come out recently about the design, and some information that's been rumored out there. It's basically a dual chip design with, I think, about a 264 millimeter squared GPU die. And
okay. Obviously, because I'm a YouTuber, I understand everything I see on screen the instant I see it. SoC die, graphics die, Zen is there. It uses the TSMC 3 nanometer process. Okay. Presumably it'll use electricity. Presumably. Might be going out on a limb there, but yeah, I think I believe what this is, because I also read an article breaking this down. But again, it's fundamentally what they want to do is they want to have the CPU or the SoC and the graphics processing separated out. And then there's a bridge die that connects the two. And again, if you've built a PC, that will be very familiar to you. And this is much more elaborate than that, because they're not just going to have a GPU and CPU. Like, they're talking about an APU that kind of combines these two ideas. But in terms of structure, they're setting it up like a PC. That's what they're trying to do. Even though it's not it's not CPU, GPU, they're setting it up in a similar way, at least in terms of how they lay it out, within this like Magnus APU.
40mm squared CPU die. On the CPU die, you have 3 Zen 6 cores and apparently 8 Zen 6C cores. So probably similar to the Zen 6 core design, but with less cache there, much less cache than those on those parts. On the GPU die, you have a memory bus that was initially reported out as 384 bits, but now it seems like it might be 192 bits there with GDDR7. In terms of the GPU configuration, there's some talk of it potentially being 68 CUs. That's the number that's floating about, or something in that range apparently has been estimated. So yeah, I think it's an interesting design. It's certainly an ambitious design from a die size area perspective. That is a considerably larger design in terms of its total configuration, its total size, than the PlayStation 5 APU, Series X, PS5 Pro, 1X, PS4 Pro, PS4. It's a bigger design than all those historical console APUs. But apparently this isn't necessarily the biggest part in this line, because the more intriguing aspect of this is the fact that apparently this so-called GPU die, this AT2 die, apparently, according to some documentation, is part of a family of GPU dies that apparently, I mean, possibly, again, take this with a grain of salt, possibly will comprise AMD's next generation graphics architectures, where maybe you'll have some ability to mix and match these graphics dies across products. So in that case, you could potentially see an Xbox with a larger graphics die than this, or potentially even a smaller graphics die than this. Again, this presumably being kind of the mid-range component with NetStack. It seems like it might be the mid-range component with NetStack. Earlier, maybe we thought it was the higher-end component, but it seems like maybe there's a much higher-end component potentially that would presumably be primarily intended for the PC market. But given this kind of mix and match, swapping of graphics dies kind of product lineup here, we could potentially see that in the Xbox as well. It's just one final note of caution here. The broad strokes of this approach seem to have pretty good sourcing, but the super nitty-gritty specifics are a little bit hazier, and of course plans are subject to change. So I think
it's interesting.
Elias Vasquez Montiel donated MX $300 through Super Chat. Hey
Hell yeah,
Luke,
thank you.
fellow financial astrologist here.
Hello.
Private equity in Mexico. Do you think there is a chance that Sandfall seeks out capital raising opportunities? Creative freedom is important.
I think, just transparently, I don't think they have to seek out anything. I think, and I know what you mean, like, are they open to it? But I think they are getting flooded with requests. Like, every publisher on the planet is calling them. Every console manufacturer is calling them, asking if they want to do an exclusive for their next gen, whatever. Xbox is probably like, yeah, so sorry, we kind of like, you remember the whole scandal was that Expedition 33 launched right next to Oblivion remaster. Am I correct there? I think that was like roughly timelines we're talking about. It was just really, really weird how they set them up like that, just to release this other thing right next to it and seemingly overshadow it. But, you know, Xbox, I'm sure, is calling them and being like, hey, sorry about that. Do you want to do another Xbox Game Pass exclusive thing? Maybe we do that. You know, that could be good. And yeah, everybody's calling them right now. But I'm sure if they want extra cash, they can get it. And they can scale however they want to. Frankly, I would hope that they, at this point, have enough cash that they could either self-publish or they could look at doing just something totally unique. But whatever money they want or need, they will get. Even if it's not from a publisher, at this point, they could go and find direct investment, whether it's private equity or it's just an angel investor that believes in the product. They could find that, I'm sure, at this point, given the performance of Expedition. And I think going that route might be best to maintain creative freedom, but they can do whatever they want now. I mean, they really, really can. I think most likely they'll go the direction of like what Larian has done. They'll stay pretty much independent. I don't think you'll see them announce that they sold to Xbox or PlayStation or anything. I don't think you'll see that. I think they'll stay pretty well independent, at least for a few more releases. And, you know, that'll be the real metric to see if they can keep it up. It's one thing to put out a well-received game once. It's much harder to do it 2 or 3 times in a row. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. But they have a future at Ubisoft. Eve is like, hey, you wanna come back? I wanted to see if you wanted to come back, maybe. Yeah, they already bounced from big publishers. They want their creative freedom as long as possible. Well, interestingly, they're like, a lot of their devs, it was kind of misunderstood. A lot of people were saying that the like core of the team was from Ubisoft. A couple of them were, a few of them were, but a lot of their staff were from all over the place. Like I believe their chief technical officer, or maybe it was their COO, but like one of their executives, he was previously at like an Uber competitor in France. Like specifically a low carbon emissions Uber competitor. Which is wild. But he just like came out of nowhere and worked with them and did great, obviously. A lot of other people working on the game were people that he found on like forums and subreddits and stuff who were interested in making a game and had some experience. Like it was actually a widespread. Ubisoft is gigantic. There's probably lots of ex-Ubisoft devs in every studio. Yeah. No, people kind of don't realize how big it is. And it's also like they have 20,000 employees and they make a lot of games. So yeah, it's a widespread. Yeah, many people in Sandfall had absolutely no experience in game dev. Exactly. I think that makes it more impressive than if they all just came from Ubisoft, you know. But yeah, it fit the narrative people liked, especially coming off of AC Shadows. People like, oh yeah, it's former Ubisoft devs that escaped the corporate structure and then came out and made this game and found success with it. And it's like, yeah, they made a great game, but it wasn't like that story that we've crafted is not what actually happened. It was like, you know, a solid handful of people that came from Ubisoft and had worked there previously. I think it actually, now that I think about it, it was the CTO who was one of the Ubisoft people, and he had worked at like Montpellier. He had worked on Beyond Good and Evil 2 and some of those projects, and then came over and started working on this at Sandfall. I think it was the COO was the guy totally outside. Anyway, it's a whole other thing. But yeah, they can get whatever money they want. I don't know if they'll do a sequel. I don't think they'll do a sequel. I think they'll do something totally new. But I'm here for it. And the nice thing is when you make a Game of the Year contender, you get to dictate the terms. So if they say, yeah, we'll take your money, but you get no say in what we're doing, they can demand that. And they will find somebody willing to give them money for it. What does Romeo think about all this stuff? That's a good question. I'm starting to really work with him on indoor stuff. Like last night, I sat on the couch and then I had him sitting on his blanket out in front of me. And we sat like that for like half an hour. So I'm trying to get him trained to chill inside. Right now, he's just so hyper. You know, he's a puppy. So he's just like, I want to bite and chew everything and do everything. He's better about potty training. So I don't think he's likely to pee on the carpet, for example, while hanging out with us. But yeah, it is, he's a puppy still. We're getting there. Anyway, back to this. Sorry. Resuming. Sorry, Jacob. This is going to be fun for you to work around. Anyway, going back to this, I think this does kind of jive with what a lot of the other discussions have been, which is that they want this kind of mix and match strategy for the next gen consoles. So if you want to play on Xbox, you can select from like the mid-tier version, maybe a cheap budget version. They can also scale it for a handheld, for example. And then if you want to go on PC, you can also just like ramp it up and ramp it up. That's at least, I think, the intent. But it does seem to go along with what we've heard in terms of rumors and discourse.
This is very likely that this will be Xbox's next generation strategy, but some of the details may be different in the actual finished products. So yeah, just some interesting details here. I'm not sure how that'll play out in the market necessarily. It's a very interesting design, potentially a very powerful design, and intriguingly, it gives Microsoft potentially the ability to mix and match these dies and potentially upgrade on a more frequent basis than we've traditionally seen in the console sphere, where you have like a 7-year console life cycle, and then at that midpoint, you kind of stick a refresh in there potentially, as we've seen for the last 2 console generations. This is maybe a more iterative kind of approach to a console, quasi-console-like design.
Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, the way I see it is that it's, how can I say it without upsetting people? I see it as Microsoft basically moving away from what you would consider a traditional console-like design, which is like a monolithic APU, which is a specific size for budget reasons, right? And doesn't, you know, it's always about a balance of performance and cost. Now, what this design seems to indicate is that, well, you know, first of all, this chip does look expensive, but secondly, it also gives Microsoft potential flexibility to actually marry up any of AMD's specific graphics GPU designs with a CPU to turn it into effectively an APU or SoC, right? So in theory, Microsoft could spin up whatever kind of Xboxes they want to. And you're right, Oliver, if they are essentially going to be carrying this forward into future AMD architectures, then conceivably this sort of design could move on with every single AMD generation there is. Now, why would this happen? It's because I think Microsoft wants to move away from what is the traditional console generation and basically move more into phase with what's happening on PC. And that kind of makes sense from my perspective, because the PC market is huge, and the potential here for just producing a series of quote-unquote Xboxes for various market sectors within the PC arena, you know, just makes a lot of sense, right?
I think it does fit with the overall strategy they've had. I think the frustration a lot of people have had, though, with cross-gen game or cross-platform games is that everything is held down by the lowest common denominator. And a lot of us were hoping that maybe they would shed the commitment to the lowest tier of hardware in the form of the Series S. But it seems like they are committing to it once more. And so next gen, the lowest common denominator will almost certainly be, you know, the Series or whatever they end up calling it, but the lowest tier of the Xbox hardware. And it's true of like, people have said, well, this is the same thing on PC. Like you release a game on Steam, it's releasing on low tier hardware as well. Yes, it is, but there is a cutoff. There are recommended specs, and there are some PCs where a game that launches will run like ass. You try to play Battlefield 6 beta, whatever, on like a 1060 from however many years ago that is, it's not going to run. Or if it does, it's not going to run well, you know? So you can technically play it on there, but it's not going to run well. That's not how it works when you were talking about Xbox or PlayStation, you know? Like when you're talking about the big platforms, they have requirements that the game has to run at this minimum standard. It has to run at 30 frames. It has to be at least 720p or whatever. And they set that standard, and you have to reach that standard in order to receive approval and actually release. And as we all remember, that was a problem with Baldur's Gate, where they couldn't get that running on Xbox for months because they couldn't get the like split screen co-op stuff to work. So they just didn't release on Xbox, which sucks, but that's just how it had to be because it was the weakest console, and they couldn't get an override for a while to release a different version on Series S because they had to meet those standards. So I think with this, we're just setting ourselves up for the same situation all over again. Hopefully the lowest common denominator is significantly stronger than the Series S was compared to, you know, what I guess the standard was with the PS5 and Series X, but Time will tell. Time will tell. I just hope we don't get caught in this situation again where it's like, yeah, it's next gen, but the weakest next gen console is basically just the last gen console, just like smaller. So current gen consoles are basically just doing what next gen consoles are doing, or what last gen consoles were doing. Yeah, I hope that they can crank the dials a little bit more.
It's a completely different strategy to what Sony's doing. There's no real point to be competing with what Sony's doing these days. Just kind of makes sense. And from AMD's perspective, well, they've never really been able to break through in the graphics space against Nvidia. Let's be clear about that in terms of market share. So the concept of being able to ship entire PCs / Xbox PCs, if you will, that could potentially be complete systems at quite reasonable price points. I mean, here's the thing, right? You look at how much a pre-built costs these days with an NVIDIA GPU, Intel or AMD CPU. It's not cheap, but you've got this, condensed design that could potentially be significantly cheaper. This could be great news, not just for Xbox PCs, but also for AMD in terms of, shifting hardware, right? There's a lot going on here. I think looking at the leaked design, one thing which sort of caught my eyes is that the graphics die, I think, was it, Oliver, about 267 square millimeters is the
264, I think.
264.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right, okay. The PlayStation, I mean, this is apparently a 3 nanometer part, if I'm understanding things correctly. The PS5 Pro APU on 4 nanometers is like 270, 280, I think. If there's, and that's got 60 CUs, I'm assuming 64 with 4 disabled. So all I can really say is on this new process node, if this is the 82 chip with 68 CUs, then those CUs must have a lot more logic in them. And therefore, the stuff the rumors that we've been hearing about big rasterization uplifts, potential for huge uplifts to ray tracing, machine learning, etc., all kind of comes together in terms of how this leak is sort of shaping up. So I guess from there, the question is, when's it going to happen? And if it's going to happen in concert with when RDNA 5 is going to launch, that's not going to be too far away. So, Xbox could be stealing a march on Sony then. But at the same time, I guess the question is, we're still couching things in terms of Sony versus Microsoft, when I think the whole sort of discussion is going to be changing when we actually see the price points of these things. It's possibly more likely going to be the cost of an Xbox PC versus a traditional pre-built with an AMD / NVIDIA design. So,
yeah, I think without a doubt, things are changing, and this is why it's always so funny when you hear like people still trying to rage in the same like typical console fanboy, console war style, whether it's from the PlayStation or Xbox perspective. Like ultimately we're arguing over something that I think is not happening. I think things have changed. I think at this point Xbox has finally realized, hey, we're not winning at this game, this console to console game against PlayStation in terms of market share, in terms of unit sales. Their hardware sales are dropping quarter to quarter, year over year. It is happening. You can't really argue with it. PlayStation's market share is pretty well established. And so Microsoft realized, hey, well, if we can't beat them, let's join them. So let's just start selling our games on their platform. And the majority of PlayStation sales for the last quarter were all Microsoft published games. They were all Microsoft published. Like 6 out of the 10 were. It's crazy. And they're making hundreds of millions of dollars off of those PlayStation players. So it seems to be working for them. Can't really argue with the results. They're doing just fine. Satya seems really satisfied with the direction. Phil seems satisfied with the direction, but it is fundamentally different. And I think it'll be tough to communicate the change with that launch of the next generation. But I think ultimately it's probably the only option Xbox really has, because if they were just going to try to do another like PlayStation 6 competitor, it just wouldn't, I don't think, be that compelling. Especially because now people know if you just wait 6 months, you're going to get the game anyways. If you wait 3 months, you'll probably get the game anyways. So there's no reason in swapping from PlayStation to Xbox, because you know, hey, they're going to bring it to PlayStation either day and date or a few months later. So why would I swap anyways? So it'll just be fundamentally different. But it's the same thing that Microsoft has done, where they shifted out of trying to sell hardware and everything's about, you know, competing with Apple directly or competing with this company or that company. And they're like, instead, we make software. We distribute software. That's what we're good at. Let's just do that. And that's what they're doing with Xbox. And they're doing it very well. And they're making lots of money on it. So the next gen consoles, I think it's going to be really fascinating, because PlayStation is just going to come along and be like, PlayStation 6 available at $599, and then later they'll do the PlayStation 6 Pro at $799, and they'll just have their standalone console. But then Microsoft is going to have their Xbox PCs, and there's still discussion and debate over whether they'll do a standalone console or not, similar to the Series X or something, and you know, it'll be the all-in-one box, and they might still do that, but it seems as though the intention is to try and package this much more specifically as a Windows/Xbox device that's a hybrid of both, that you can use as both. And that will allow them to launch like Steam or GOG and other launchers on the device. Because ultimately, if you're using Windows, they win. If you're using Xbox, they win. If you're using xCloud, they win. Like, as long as you're using their platform, they are happy, because they're getting money along the way. And if you want to be on PlayStation, they'll still win, because you're still buying Call of Duty, you know? So either way, they're happy. Either way, they're happy. It's going to be really, really interesting to see how the marketing shifts, though, because everything has been about, like they said, these monoliths of the Xbox versus the PlayStation. You put together the Xbox, and then you sell it against the PlayStation for that generation, and that's what you have. And it's doesn't change. It's that for 7 to 8 years, and everybody's talking about that one device, and that is what it is. But now things are going to shift, things are going to change, and it's going to instead be just PlayStation's over here, but Xbox is over here with their PC hybrids, and maybe a standalone console as well, but probably not. I mean, it very well could be that they just market this thing as like, this is the new Xbox, and they show it with a controller, and then they show it with a keyboard and mouse plugged into it. They show it plugged into a TV. They show it plugged into a monitor, and they just show that it can be used pretty much as everything. And if they get the software right, I think it genuinely could be a really impressive offering and quite compelling to get that experience out of what is effectively a PC, but what is also a console-like experience on the software side. So it'll be interesting. It'll be very, very interesting. But the point is, things are changing. Things are going to be different. And that is what I think people are not really prepared for. Because I think the old school gamers and the old school Xbox fanboys, the guys that like literally burnt their consoles, and like there's one guy who put his Series X in the toilet and peed on it when they announced they were bringing games to PlayStation. Those guys are going to freak. But that's how it is. That's how it is. Thank you, Yokes. 29 months. Gee whiz. It's been a while. My goodness. Luke flexing the watch. I'm a fan. Thank you, my friend. I like this watch too. It looks a lot fancier than it is, which is always the goal for a watch, right? Like, you don't break the bank, but you get something that looks nice. Yeah. Those guys are freaks. I feel bad for them. Like, can you imagine your life being that, like, on the rocks, that the announcement from a giga corporation that they are going to bring a product that they released already to a new platform causes you to put a $500 device into a toilet and pee on it? like we're talking about a level of mental instability that I do not envy. I cannot imagine being that sensitive, but that's how some people are. It's the same thing. Like, oh, I like watching football. Oh, they traded this player. I'm going to burn the jersey. It's like, I just don't understand it. I guess I could never get on that level. I just do not think, and my brain does not work in that sort of tribalistic way where it's like my tribe versus your tribe. My tribe betrayed me, or I betrayed my tribe, so now I rage. Like, I just don't see it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I just don't. It's same thing with sports. Like, I don't understand how somebody could be like actually devastated that their team lost a match or a championship. I'm like, well, whatever. Okay. Are there more wings left? My brain doesn't work that way. Team sports just don't affect me, I guess. I just don't care. That's legit. The player betrayed his city, even though he's being traded. It's not always his decision. I mean, maybe, I guess it depends on what sport we're talking about. A lot of the time in like American football, if a player gets traded, it is not their decision. And it's also like, they weren't from this state anyways, so it's not really their city or their town. It's like, oh, they came from another team anyways, and now they're being traded back out, and it's just, but I don't know. I'm not a sports fan then? No. Like, I'll watch UFC. Did you guys see what they announced with the UFC? Did you see that? This is low-key crazy, dude. Breaking news, the UFC starting in 2026 will be on Paramount, and they are ending the pay-per-view model. So now all of the fights, whether they are numbered or just like fight nights or whatever, they will be on Paramount for, I think it's $8 a month for the ad version, and then like 11 or 13 or something. For the ad-free version of watching. But you'll just be able to stream them with Paramount instead of paying $70 per pay-per-view for each event, which is crazy. I thought Paramount was broke after the South Park deal. Yeah. Well, they did that big merger, and I don't know. They're making moves. But let's be honest. I think a lot of people were watching UFC events without maybe paying the amount per view when the event was happening. You know, they might be pulling up on like a certain website and then finding somebody streaming the event so that they didn't have to pay the $70 price point. But now that it's only like an $8 price point to get in, I could see this like skyrocketing viewership. I could see that like exploding, you know? Yeah, no way. What are you talking about? Yeah, the pay-per-view model, I don't think it made a lot of sense in 2025 with how easy it is to get the content elsewhere. You could go on, do you remember, was it like the McGregor-Mayweather fight? There was a guy on Twitch that labeled his stream as playing UFC 2 or whatever the game was. And it was just the fight, but then his face cam was there and he was holding the controller pretending like he was controlling it. And there were like tens of thousands of people in that stream watching it because it was easier and free, you know, compared to paying. I think that one was even more. I think that was like $100 pay-per-view or something. You know, it was like crazy high. So it's never really made sense when it's so easy to just get the content elsewhere. The pay-per-view model just doesn't make sense. And it sucks because I remember having a lot of friends over in college. We would have nights where we would all pitch in and buy the pay-per-view, but that was the only way we could do it and watch these UFC events is by all pitching in to buy it to watch the event. Now I think it'll be a lot easier to manage. So, and I appreciate them doing it this way instead of like the NFL way. I think I saw people trying to break down how much it was to watch the NFL. And it was like, if you want to watch every single game in the NFL, It would cost you something like $400 or $500 to have all of the subscriptions for all of the exclusive games. Because, oh, these 2 games are exclusive to this network, so you have to have their subscription service. And then these 2 games are exclusive to Netflix. And then these 2 games are exclusive to Amazon Prime. And it's like totally stupid. It's impossible to see all of the games unless you're spending stupid money. You can't even buy like an NFL pass that just includes all of them because they signed exclusive deals for all of these individual games. This though, at least in the US, is what you guys are saying. It'll be different for each of them. This though, just fixes that. You get all of it on one platform. Nice and easy. I like that. Did you see, it's like cable. Did you see what Bob Iger said? Bob Iger, our patron saint. Bob Iger. I wonder if I can find the interview. He was saying just the other day, he was being asked about Hulu and everything and how all of this stuff was working. But he said, as the CEO of Disney, that they are investigating a way to tie their ESPN offerings to other providers' clips and games and sports offerings. So he wants you to be able to pay for ESPN Plus or whatever they're going to call it. And then they have partnerships with other providers in the sports industry. So you pay their fee and then you get access to a bunch of other companies' content. It's cable. He's just like literally reinventing cable. So we're going to bundle all of these other channels in with it, all these other platforms as part of your fee. And you pay that fee every month, but then you get all this content. Sure, some of it you won't care about, but a lot of it you will probably, but you'll just pay us more. Problem solved. Like they literally just reinvented cable. They did the whole cut the cable thing to get you to sign up to their subscription models for their streaming services. And now they're just bundling everything back together. And so it's just cable 2.0, but probably more expensive and worse. At least ads seem to be less intense. Like I forgot how bad ads were for a while. I was thinking about it the other day and I was like, because I think it was like Survivor. I pulled up an episode of Survivor and it was like 42 minutes long. And I was like, 42 minutes. So this used to go into an hour time slot. Almost a full third of the playtime for the slot it was in was ads. Like you sit down for an hour and 20 minutes of it were ads. And so like, yeah, we have lots of ad injections and stuff now. And some of them are worse than others for sure, but I don't think they're that bad. I don't think it's that bad yet, but they'll try to rev it up to that point. But yeah, like it used to be that a solid third of the watch time was ads. Like, can you imagine trying to watch a YouTube video and it's like, oh, a 30-minute video. Okay. And it's like, okay, before you watch that, here's 10 minutes of ads. Or we'll break it up and we'll do like, 3-minute ad breaks throughout the video. It's like, that's a lot. Nowadays on YouTube, it's like, a 5-second skippable ad. It plays 5 seconds, you hit skip, you move on with the video. It's whatever. But back in the day on TV, it was crazy, man. It was crazy. And it was just normal. That's just what you did. It was like a normal thing. You're watching Survivor. Oh, commercial. You got 3 minutes. Go to the bathroom. You get up, go get a snack. You stretch your leg, do whatever. And you just learn to deal with it. But now we're used to that not being that way. But they're going to slowly get people back to it. They're going to try to rev it up. It's not what YouTube does. It is pretty egregious now. Well, YouTube, what they do is now they have a whole like AI whatever algorithm that monitors your behavior. So everything down to like what your mouse is doing is tracked on the screen. So if I have a video pulled up, if I'm like, oh, let's look at this video, what they'll do is they'll watch how long you're actually engaging with the content and like watching it. and they'll see if they serve you an ad at like, I don't know, maybe right here after a minute, they inject an ad right there. What they'll do is they'll see what you do. And if the ad plays all the way through, but you don't close the window, that's a good ad for them because they got to play it all the way through. So they get to charge more to the advertiser, and you stayed watching the content on their site. They're happy. But if they inject the ad and you immediately click off to something else, that's bad. So then they mark that ad injection as a bad spot and they'll move it. Next time somebody watches it, they might try it right here, and they'll see how that person does when they inject the ad there. And so they're constantly changing and optimizing the flow of ads and what types of ads they serve to get the best result between earnings and keeping you on the website. So like they stay on it. They stay on it. I use Brave and they've been getting increasingly annoyed with me. Well, dude, and they're starting to find ways. So with like ad blockers or whatever, they're starting to get to the point where they will, like, they know they can't just, if they put up a big sign that just says, you can't watch this video because you have ad blocker on, they know that you're just going to click off, or you're going to find, you know, some other platform to watch videos on. Like, they know that that'll just turn you off and you'll leave. But if they make the experience worse for you to the point where you eventually just go, screw this, I'll just pay for YouTube Premium, then they keep you on the platform and they get the money out of you eventually. So what they do is they'll like throttle your view time. They'll make it so like the video loads way slower, or you get a lower quality version of the video if you're watching it in lower quality. Or they'll do something like, you know, you click on the video and it just takes 20 seconds to load. So you Google it, YouTube's taking too long to load, and all of the top recommended results in Google, owned by the same company, of course, say, oh, ad blocker slows YouTube down and all of that stuff. Like, it's very passive aggressive, you know, it's very passive aggressive, but that's how they get you. That's how they get you. It's just, it's all like trying to mess with your brain to trick you into, into doing it. It's very funny. It's very funny to me. Who knows if it's working or not? I don't know. They seem to be doing well. I think they said in a recent earnings call, well, actually, I should ask you, how much do you think YouTube is worth? It's owned by Google, but how much, if YouTube were its own company, what do you think its market cap would be? What do you think? What do you think? They take in about 55 billion in revenue annually, I believe. 30 billion, 50 billion, 160 billion, 30 billion. The current estimation from Google and YouTube executives is that it's probably worth about 550 billion. Which is a lot. That's a lot. But it's because YouTube now, I think they said 6 out of their top 10 YouTubers on the platform, which also includes big corporate channels and stuff, but 6 out of the top 10 channels, their content, the majority of it is watched on TVs. They also are rolling out like AI transcoding, so you can watch videos in other languages. They're also trying to incentivize 4K uploads, because 4K uploads tend to be watched much longer on TVs. People like higher quality video on their TVs. They're also overhauling like the ad experience. And you know why? You know why? Because people, for whatever reason, tend to be much more okay with longer ad breaks when watching on their TV versus on their phone or on their computer. I think it's probably just because the barrier, or like the road bump or whatever, to get you to go and click on something. It's like, oh, ad on TV, on your computer, you just move your mouse, you click on something else, or you skip it or whatever. On your phone, you just swipe and click on something else. on your TV, like, where's the controller? Hold on. It's already almost half over. Oh, whatever. And I think that honestly is a huge reason why people tend to watch longer ads on TV, is because people like just the hassle of finding the controller to click off the ad or swap to a different video is enough that they could just shrug and whatever. But also, like, people turn on their TV while they're working on their laptop or something. This is apparently working on your laptop. And so they'll click the video and maybe they're half watching it, but it plays in the background, just like cable TV used to play in the background for people. Doesn't matter to the content provider because you're still there for the ads to be served to you. So they still get their money and they're fine. But I think that's a huge component of it too. No ad blocker on TV. Yes, there are ways where if you have like a network-wide VPN, you can also block them through that. So there's sort of ways to do it, but I'm sure they have ways around it too. I'm sure they can do it. But yeah, it's just YouTube is kind of turning into the new TV. Not even turning in, it kind of already is there. It's just that's where they're at. So who knows? We'll see if the money starts getting there. Tell you what, some of the money some of those TV people used to make is unbelievable. You ever want to like be blown away? Dude, some of the money some of those like cable TV hosts would make is ungodly. It's like you have, especially when you look at the view counts, like you'll look at somebody on MSNBC or something, and their show has ratings of like 300,000 viewers for like the day. They had 300,000 people watch their show, and they're making like $15 million a year. And their show has like 80 employees working on it. You're like, how on earth? But it's because the advertising budgets were crazy there, you know? Like these companies were willing to spend so much money on ads that would play on MSNBC. But on YouTube, it doesn't work that way. But I think slowly but surely, YouTube's trying to get the advertisers to realize that viewership on YouTube's even bigger. So come over to YouTube, pay us that money, and you'll be good. You know, you'll probably get better results than if you spent $1 million on a Super Bowl ad, you know? Isn't YouTube the most consumed app by kids now? Well, this is also something, Jeremiah, to pay attention to. Starting, it might be tomorrow, actually. YouTube is going to implement a new AI tool that analyzes your behaviors to try and determine what your age is. This is in the US specifically. They've already done it in other markets like the UK. But their goal is, or it's the 13th. Okay, so 2 days. Their goal is to try and determine your age. And if you are determined to be a teenager or a kid or whatever, they can then change what content they serve you, what ads they serve you, if any, and to also put in protections automatically without having to manually verify your age. So if they determine you're watching videos that almost only are watched by 7-year-olds, this is a child's account, flag it as a child's account. Now they can't serve you the high value ads that are for like prescription medications and stuff. Like you're not going to get an Ozempic ad or whatever. And that will be really damning for some of these guys that make content for actual children. Because for a long time, it was that you make like your Among Us videos that, let's be real, are mainly being watched by 9-year-olds. And they're being served ads for like Audi and BMW and Apple ads. 9-year-olds are not buying those cars. They're not buying a new cell phone. Like those ads serve no purpose to the viewer of those videos, but they're just serving the ad and it's whatever. But the engagement on those ads is poor, but they still get served the ads, and the person making those Among Us videos makes stupid money on them. After this stuff, it's not going to happen, because if you are on a kid's account, they don't get personalized ads. And so I think when this kicks in, you'll see people making that content targeted to kids. Their revenue will plummet. It's going to be bad. Yeah. I get ads for industrial pipes. WTF. Good for you, man. Good for you. That's cool. I respect it. I respect it. They can't just pivot to kid-friendly ads. The problem is that it is widely deemed to be super unethical to advertise specifically to kids. It's why Nickelodeon back in the day, they would specifically advertise for other things that they owned. So they'll advertise like for SpongeBob, which they also own. And they'll advertise for maybe their Universal Orlando park that they own. And so like it's just, it gets messy when you're trying to advertise to kids. You know, it gets messy. So I'm telling you though, YouTube Premium. I know it's because like Luke, you're a YouTuber. I'm telling you, once you try YouTube Premium try it for a day. Try it for a week if you really are brave, or try it for a day. But dude, once you try YouTube Premium, you're going to be like, oh my God. It'll change your life and you will never, ever be able to get rid of it. It's ridiculous. It really is. I don't want to go back. Yeah, dude. Seriously. They might even have a free promotional trial. You try it and you're going to be like, oh my God. You're going to be kicking yourself you didn't do it sooner. I signed up for YouTube Premium back when it was called YouTube Red. YouTube Red. And I can't get over it, dude. I've had it ever since. I love it. I love it. It's worth it. Yeah. Only brokies don't have premium. Yeah. Brokey, cringe. On a family plan, that's the other way to do it. Yeah, family plan. I did it for Nikki too, because I would see Nikki watching videos on her phone and sitting through these monstrous ads and stuff. And I love my wife to death, but she watches videos and she leaves it just like on the counter while like making coffee or something. And she'll just let the ad play like a 5-minute ad all the way through while she's making her coffee. I'm like, walk over and hit tap to skip the ad. And then you get back to the content you were listening to. She's like, oh, I didn't notice. It's like, she just likes the white noise, I guess. I don't get it. I don't understand her. I don't understand. I can't eat while not watching a YouTube video. I respect that. I'm kind of the same way. I always, whenever I'm doing any sort of tedious activity, I need to be better about it, honestly. But even like yesterday, I was out scooping dog poop out of the lawn. And I was like, okay, put the headphones in, do my thing. Even though I'm only doing this for like 2 minutes, I just have something going on in the background. Something. It's, I'm part of the problem. I'm a consumer. Caught red-handed. Let's watch this, though. Let's watch this. New segment. The voice of an angel. The voice of an angel right here. Well, everyone, we've looked at this guy's videos before. AVV Gaming, he's done some other videos that are very interesting, and I'm a big fan of. And he did another video called How The Witcher 3 Destroyed Bethesda, and I thought this was interesting because I have said that I think The Witcher 3 was like the first domino that really started to go against Bethesda, because, and we're going to see his video and how he argues it, but what I think happened is Fallout 4 came out in 2015, of course, and The Witcher 3 did as well. The Witcher 3 actually came out before Fallout 4, however. And what happened was fascinating. And this is a story that not just applies to me, but I think applies to a lot of you guys too, back a decade ago at this point. What happened is, like, if this is our timeline, like May was like right here, okay? May. And this is when The Witcher 3 launches, okay? Right here. This is Geralt right here, okay? We'll give him some hair. Oh, he's sexy. This is Geralt, okay? He launches in May. It's really buggy though. It's not looking good. It's making us sad. It's super buggy. But it was kind of a niche release. People didn't, like, it didn't have the same mainstream appeal as Fallout. And in May, all of the hype was around Fallout 4 because it had been rumored for a long time. And what happened is in June, they revealed Fallout 4 and it's like, oh my God, it looks amazing. It's going to be amazing. Todd done it again. He's wearing his leather jacket. So sexy. And then it comes out in, was it November? I believe it ended up coming out. So in November, it releases and we get Fallout 4. But by this point, The Witcher 3 had been patched up and was really, really solid. And what happened was a lot of people played Fallout 4, were disappointed by it, and were like, oh, this is like a really bad RPG. Oh, this is kind of like lame and it lacks consequence and the writing is pretty stupid. There's a bajillion plot holes just across the board. It's not great as an RPG. Like as an open world adventure FPS, like it's pretty solid. But as a Bethesda game, as an RPG, it's just not very good. And so then they started looking elsewhere. It's right around the time of the Game Awards. There's discourse over all the nominations. People see The Witcher 3 has been nominated. It has amazing reviews and everything. Some videos start going viral of comparisons between Fallout 4 and The Witcher 3, and people try it. People play The Witcher 3. They see how much better it is as an RPG, as a narrative game, how even production value with like cutscenes and facial animations and everything is way better than Fallout 4. And they decide, okay, this is the definitive game. This is the RPG. And that's when the narrative started shifting. That Bethesda had fallen off and these other new players in town were showing them how to do it. And that has been reiterated time and again in the last handful of years, whether you look at live service offerings like Fallout 76 or even with Starfield, where Starfield launches right next to Baldur's Gate 3, like within a couple weeks, actually, I believe. And we all know how that went in terms of RPG comparisons and stuff, which one had the more compelling writing. Can you imagine even trying to have that debate? Like, I actually think Starfield's writing is better than the Baldur's Gate 3. Can you imagine trying to debate that? I need you guys to hunt through the internet and find somebody who would make that argument. We'll have them on. We'll have a debate because I think that would just be freaking hilarious. But anyway, let's look at this and hear his argument for how The Witcher 3 destroyed Bethesda. Real quick, also, if you're watching this as a stream clip, I'm doing a giveaway for a PS5 Pro, okay? This is just our August giveaway. We're going to be giving away even more things throughout the rest of the year. But all you have to do is put your info in here, you sign up, and then you get specific entries for each of these activities. You subscribe to the main channel, live channel, clips channel, you get extra entries. It's free to enter, and you could win a PS5 Pro because I love you and I want to give back to you. I'll have the link added to my link tree as well. So you go down to the link tree, all my links, and you can click it and get access to it there, okay? With that said, let's get into it. What you got? What you got, AVV Gaming? Bring it on.
Let's go back to 2015. Up until this point, Bethesda...
Wait. Okay, I'm back in 2015.
were leading the way in the gaming industry, setting the standards and raising the bar. Alongside Rockstar, they were the studio producing the most outstanding games, and when it came to the open world RPG space, they were untouchable.
People forget, back to back to back, I think Game of the Year wins, because Oblivion, Fallout 3, and then Skyrim, like almost universally acclaimed, and everybody agreed like they were the best games of their years. Like they were the kings. People, again, like nowadays, the idea that BGS would be like those guys where anytime they release anything, it's Game of the Year. It's kind of weird to think about that. But that was a decade plus ago. That's where they were. They were the guys that could do no wrong.
Morrowind changed gaming forever in 2002, showcasing how these type of games could thrive on console. Oblivion won Game of the Year in 2006. Fallout 3 almost won in 2008.
It's tricky because you got to figure out which Game of the Year award you're talking about. Because nowadays we have the Game Awards, which people usually are referring to when they say, did it win Game of the Year? They mean the Game Awards one. Back then we had like the Spike TV Awards, and G4 had their own awards. IGN had their own awards. There were a bunch of different ones, so I guess you got to be more specific. But Fallout 3, you know, without a doubt, even if it didn't win the award we're talking about, still amazingly well received.
And then, in 2011, Bethesda surpassed their own high expectations with the release of Skyrim. They won the Game of the Year again, the game sold over 60 million copies, and is currently regarded as one of the greatest video games of all time with a near-perfect score. Bethesda didn't just make games, they pushed boundaries.
They made experience. experiences with
16 times the detail.
and they succeeded at it. And one thing we meme on Bethesda a lot. I know, because it's funny. We light the Todd candles because he does instill and bestow blessings of detail upon us. But I don't like the revisionist stuff that we can often fall victim to and fall into, because yes, Starfield was mid. Yes, I think Fallout 4 was not a great RPG, and like if you play it as an adventure game, you can have a good time with it. But I don't think it's a masterpiece far and away, and I don't think it's as good as the previous Fallout games. Brand, thank you for the membership, or for the sub, by the way. But what I've seen some people do is go back and be like, actually, Skyrim sucks ass. And I don't think that's fair, because we can't look at games from 2011 through a 2025 lens and be like, yeah, sucks. Because you would hope that games from 2011 would feel underwhelming by today's standards. If it didn't, we wouldn't have made any progress in the 14 years since. So of course it should feel lackluster in comparison to modern stuff because we've grown. That does not mean that it was bad for the time. Like, you got to look at it through the lens of the time period that we're discussing. Otherwise we're just not being fair, Oh, you can, yeah, but you can swim in Skyrim. That's fair.
They made games that other studios couldn't even fathom. Massive open worlds, hundreds of quests, exceptional dungeons, and decent role-playing to boot. Others could...
I do appreciate the subtle, decent role-playing. Not great. Decent, though. Decent. Yeah, well, they were fun sandbox games, and there weren't really a lot of other people doing it at the time either. And it's the one thing to remember, again, remove ourselves from the modern period, I guess. Open worlds were kind of rare at the time that like Bethesda was really doing it pretty well. Fallout 3, Oblivion, Skyrim. These games were huge, especially for the time, but there weren't a ton of competitors trying to do similar things. Like, yeah, Ubisoft was starting to experiment. By the time you hit like Skyrim in 2011, they were starting to experiment with more open games. But even games that released in like 2012, like Assassin's Creed 3, they sort of had open worlds, but the maps were pretty damn limited and small. So even Ubisoft was in their infancy when it came to open world stuff. So they were kind of the only ones doing it before anybody else was doing it on this scale, and it helped. Only other guys, like he said earlier, were probably Rockstar. They were coming out swinging with massive maps and big open worlds, but there really were not that many people doing it.
Only offer a portion of what a Bethesda title could. And then, in 2015, they released Fallout 4, and it looked like they'd done it again. At the Game of Year Awards, Todd Howard sat there, waiting to pick up yet another prize. But then, something happened. They lost to The Witcher 3. CD Projekt Red had come out with their own version of a Bethesda-like title, an open-world RPG.
Hold on, do you remember what happened when they announced that? Do you remember? Hold on. I have to show you, otherwise you might not appreciate it. Because it is. We are giving away. Okay. It's this moment at the very end. Do you remember what somebody in the audience yelled out? Game of the year.
All right.
It better not be Fallout.
For Game of the Year. You guys ready? Stay. Fan choice. And the winner for Game of the Year 2015 is...
I swear to God.
3.
I swear to God. It better not be Fallout. Dude, it was classic. It was classic. Okay. Freaking hilarious. So whenever I see that video clip of Jeff standing there with the green background, and it's like, the winner is, you got to remember the guy, I don't know who it was in the crowd. Don't say Fallout. I swear to God. So good. Anyway, sorry.
And they didn't just beat Bethesda, they managed to surpass them in almost every way. This new title had better combat, better writing, better side quests, more RPG mechanics, and an even bigger world.
And Booba. That was also a big helper. People like mature themes, my friends. They do. They do. Call us gooners, call us immature little boys, whatever. But it, like, I think in the age that this released, that helped it come off as more mature and
can't wait to see Todd sitting front
meaty.
row again when it's time to collect GOTY for ES6 and The Witcher 4 gets announced as the winner.
Dude, thank you for the 10, first of all. But yeah, it looks like Elder Scrolls 6 and The Witcher 4 very well could be releasing in the same year, which would be poetic. It would be beautiful. It would be beautiful. But unironically, I think that very well probably does happen. Yeah. Yeah. But you know, speaking of that, I think again, this is in the age of like, you know, Game of Thrones. This is in the age of people wanting more mature content that doesn't treat them like they're in middle school anymore. That is willing to show more adult themes, whether that be sexual themes or violent themes or what have you, even just dark narrative themes like the Bloody Baron questline, which is one of the most moving and memorable questlines in any video game I've ever played. And you have nothing in terms of that depth and complexity and seriousness in any of Bethesda's games, period, you know? But it's that sort of serious subject matter and respecting the players to be able to handle it that I think separates it out and makes it feel like a game for adults versus a game for children, you know? That's the difference. That's the difference.
They didn't just match a Bethesda title, they did everything better. This was a landmark moment in gaming where everything would change forever, the start of a new standard of RPG and the decline of Bethesda. Now you might be watching this video thinking, well, I don't really like Witcher 3, but it's important to know that this...
Yeah, does anyone agree with that sentiment? You don't like Witcher 3? Just keeping an eye out for who I need to ban. No. Caught you!
This moment would literally change gaming forever, whether you like that game or not. In this video, I will explain how Witcher 3 raised the bar in everything an open world could offer, and how it made life harder for Bethesda. So without further ado, let's get into it. Quick side note, if you're new here and enjoy video game analysis and discussion, please consider subscribing.
Yes, subscribe.
So first of all, let me explain what the Bethesda blueprint was up until The Witcher 3's release. Their titles would provide massive open worlds where you could go anywhere and do anything. Their games would offer a huge world to explore, which would be filled with activities to take part in. There would also be hundreds of side quests to complete alongside a main quest as well. Players could expect hundreds of hours of content opposed to the usual 20 or so that other games would offer. Now, there was an accepted trade-off here. The side quests were often short and lacked much in story. The RPG mechanics were quite shallow. The gameplay was simplistic and the writing was incredibly one-dimensional. Characters were forgettable and there were glitches and bugs galore. But there was this unwritten rule. We, as gamers, knew that due to the scope of the game, it would have to sacrifice quality. Right?
Yeah, it was worth it. It was worth it.
Logan Levesque donated $10 through Super Chat.
Thank you.
Love how Stellar Blade, which has zero sex or nudity, is a gooner game, but BG3, which has bare sex and eldritch sex, isn't. Make it make sense. Also, can we PLZ get Todd? He needs to be here.
Oh, you're right, Logan. I forgot Todd. Todd's in the closet still, guys. Or he might be crammed behind. He's close to the closet. He's over there. I'll grab him in a second. But I think the difference is that Stellar Blade is much more forward with its with the sexual themes, I guess you could say. It just gets it right up in your face. You know, jiggling about. Whereas Baldur's Gate, it makes you work for it. You know, like it's there, but you got to work for it. You know, Stellar Blade is the bowl of peanuts. Baldur's Gate is the bowl of pistachios. You have to crack open to get to the nut. You know, they're still nuts, but you got to work for one, whereas the other you can just get it immediately. Okay. Glad to have you back, Todd. Glad to have you back. Okay. Let's continue. Let's continue.
Writing would be weak, but we got so many stories that we expected it. Side quests would lack depth because there were hundreds to complete.
Or they were radiant and never ending. I think that this is a crucial piece to understand and appreciate, is that Bethesda made amazing games for their time, but certain things that were acceptable for the time are no longer acceptable. And I think that that is something that they are learning now, is that what they could get away with and what was Bethesda charm 10 years ago is now unacceptable. Having a game with like horrible game-breaking bugs was kind of charming 10 years ago. Now it's unacceptable.
Donated $10 through
I guess
Super
15
Chat.
years ago.
Don't forget the candle.
Oh.
What are you doing?
Way ahead of you, my friend. He's already burning with us. He's already burning with us. We lit him off earlier in the stream. I don't remember why, but we did. He's always with us, burning, keeping us warm with the light of his detail. Praise be. May Todd be with you. Praise be. Boone, 17 months. Ooh, baby. Thank you, my friend. Glad to have you. Glad to have you. Make sure to enter the giveaway for the PS5 Pro. Links pinned in the chats, and I'll put it in the link tree after the stream. Get over there. Enter. We got this. Okay. Okay. Anyway, continuing.
Acting was limited and characters were forgettable because there were so many to meet. And there were bound to be bugs because of how much content there was. Essentially, players accepted shortcomings in many aspects in exchange for the size of the game. In the days of Skyrim, you either got a quality, well-written short game or a giant open world game which had more content, but usually of a more basic standard. Witcher 3 would change this forever, and I will explain this aspect one by one.
Because it made a big game that was good all the way across the sky. And that changed it. And I think, again, you can feel it in some of these other BGS games where you can feel like there were moments where they would just hand wave it away and be like, it's fine. You don't need to add more to that quest. It's fine, because it's about the quantity of the content. We don't need to try that much harder. And even you can tell with the hiring, like a lot of these other companies, they will hire writers that worked on The Witcher 3, or they'll hire writers from Rockstar or programmers from Rockstar. I just read a whole story written about how Naughty Dog just hired one of the physics programmers from Rockstar and a bunch of other companies that have had really robust physics systems. And they hired him, and it's like a breaking news story because they're adding his talents to their talent pool to make something for Intergalactic Heretic Prophet. With Bethesda, I feel like you never hear those stories. You never hear about them hiring some talented person from another studio, because I don't think they widen the tent that much. Like, they bring in low-level people and they bring in new people to help with some of the grunt work and stuff. But I feel like you never hear about high-level designers coming in and getting added to the team. Like, it's pretty much only the veterans, for better or worse, that are in charge of designing these games.
The Witcher 3 side quests set a new standard. Before this, Bethesda's side quests were typically simple fetch quests. Get my helmet from this cave, and that was fine, but Witcher 3 changed that. Every side quest had its own story with a beginning, middle, and multiple endings. There were twists, dilemmas, and real choices. Whether it was a contract or a side quest, none were generic. Each had unique characters, voice actors, and dedicated map areas.
A lot of them use repeat voice actors, which is one of the common complaints about The Witcher 3, is that there's like 4 voices for the bandits, across the entirety of the continent. It's just the same guys over and over again. But I get what you mean. Yeah, it's a crucial thing to understand, is that The Witcher 3, their novel idea was that they wanted specifically every side quest to have a story. And nowadays that sounds like no duh, but for the time that was pretty revolutionary. Like, that was kind of a bold idea, because it was typically just stuff like, go pick me 15 lilac berries and then I can make a potion. Why do you need the potion? shut up, go get the berries. Like that was the extent of the depth. It was just busy work basically, but that's all you had ever experienced yet. But with The Witcher 3, they introduced this idea that every quest should have a story tied to it, and it revolutionized the open world genre because people were like, oh my God, this is so much better.
Some would last for hours. The writing was so strong that many of these optional quests left a deeper impact than main stories would in other games. They weren't just filler. They were emotionally rich, morally complex, and had consequences that could affect the world and its endings. Take Fyke Isle as an example. Kira...
Dude, I love this whole sequence. I love everything about it. Probably my favorite example of a side quest in The Witcher 3, though, it's probably the one pretty much everybody encounters it. You remember you're like brewing the swallow, the potion swallow. It's the prompt to do that with the herbalist in White Orchard. And she's like, brew the potion, and then I can give it to this girl who's attacked in the dead of night trying to meet her lover. And it might heal her. It might also make her death excruciating and make her way worse before she dies. And so you can choose to give it to her. You go, you collect the items, you brew the potion, and then even at that point, you can choose to not give it to her. And even if you don't talk to the quest giver and you just leave, the girl will still just die because you didn't do anything. Like the quest doesn't just sit there forever. But if you give her the potion, and then you go on playing the game, because it's like you give her the potion, and then it's like, we'll see what happens. And you move on. You can come across her betrothed dozens of hours later in one of the military camps in the corner of the map, and he comes up to you and says, you're the one that gave her that potion. He recognizes you. And he says, I think he says, I don't know if I should curse you or thank you, because it fixed her. So she's like alive now, but she's also like kind of comatose and just like kind of a vegetable, basically. Like it changed her forever. But it was like a fascinating thing. And if you didn't go to that camp, you never would have met that guy, and he never would have told you what happened. And it's such a fascinating little thing that they even anticipated players wanting to find out something more about it, you know? And so plenty of players gave her the potion and never saw that guy, never found out what happened, but just moved on. And I love that. I love that. You know, the idea that anytime you go anywhere, there could be a tie into something you did dozens of hours earlier that you might have even forgotten about. I love that kind of thing. Same thing when you go to Skellige and there's that one lady that you can basically get sentenced to death through various options. And if she ends up getting sentenced to death as punishment, she's just taken away. But you can find her chained to a rock in the harbor while sailing around on your boat. It's kind of tucked away, but you can find her strapped, chained up to the rock to be killed by the birds and the waves and everything. It's amazing. All those little details, everything they encountered, you know, it's very, very good.
Sends you to investigate a haunted island using a lamp that was made solely for this quest. You explore the tower, uncover a tragic story, and then interact with a ghost and make a decision on whether to help them or not, each choice leading to different cutscenes and world impacts. And it's entirely missable. Completing it can unlock even more quests from Kira or other characters like the Pella, which then branch into other quests.
Or you can have a, you know, you take Kira Metz out right there in the courtyard.
CD Projekt Red crafted these quests with the care of a main storyline. The writing was deep, characters were layered, and decisions mattered. Compared to Skyrim's side quests, there was no contest. And crucially, Witcher 3 didn't sacrifice quantity. It had over 200 side quests too, but all far superior. This redefined what a side quest was. Since then, we see it in games like Final Fantasy XVI, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Xenoblade Chronicles 3, Assassin's Creed Odyssey, the list goes on. So many games have followed this formula.
And I think that this is, the word he used is crucial. It redefined it. Prior to this, like side quests were just something that you did to basically fill out gameplay time and pad it out between main story missions. Like it basically was just padding, and people were okay with it because it was more content. But after The Witcher 3, it became clear that you could have, and maybe the better example, even, I know we're talking about Bethesda, which is why he's looking at Skyrim, because it was the previous game before The Witcher 3, but maybe the more direct comparison would be like Dragon Age Inquisition. And that won Game of the Year in 2014, the year before. And Dragon Age Inquisition, I don't know if you have played Dragon Age Inquisition anytime recently, but it is... it is a game of its time. I'll tell you what, it is filled with busy work, with tedium out the ass. The whole thing was sold on basically being a 100-hour plus game. Not about quality. It was just about quantity. You know, it was, I understand some people like it, but it was a game about quantity first and foremost. And I think that Witcher 3 just totally shook it up and showed what was possible. And it redefined what players expected from side content. And it was like a breath of fresh air, you know, in comparison. And so I think there was kind of a double-edged sword with Fallout 4, because they kind of did things largely the same old, but The Witcher 3, the critics who had played it already knew what was possible. And so they looked at Fallout 4 and were like, it's kind of lacking in comparison to what Witcher 3 just did. And then the players who played Fallout 3 or Fallout 4 were also like, something's just off with it. It feels off. And they play The Witcher 3 and they get the answer. They see what was possible. And then like, oh God, yeah, there's no competition. It's just a double-edged bing, bang, boom, you know?
Now, side quests are expected to be meaningful, with unique stories and real decision making. Before Witcher 3, side quests were just basic bonus content, busy work. After it, they became essential. What was once a Bethesda strength was now exposed as outdated. Another standout aspect of The Witcher 3 was its characters and writing. The main story spanned dozens of hours and delivered an unforgettable experience, but what truly elevated it were the characters. Lambert, Eskel, Ciri, Vesemir, Yennefer, Triss all had distinct personalities, goals, and dedicated voice actors. Even side characters that would typically be generic NPCs in other games were given full attention. Take the Bloody Baron. At first you pity him, his family left him, and now he seems like he's a bit devastated. Later on you discover he's an alcoholic, and he abused them. But then you learn that he went off to war, and as a result of the trauma he experienced turned to the bottle, and his wife cheated on him whilst he was away. Is he a villain or a broken man? The game leaves that to you. He's flawed, complex, and
all of it.
Human. His story is only a tiny fraction of the game, but it leaves a deep impression, and he's just one of many. Witcher 3 introduced hundreds of characters with their own storylines and managed to weave it all together to create one of the most memorable storylines in gaming history. Witcher 3 introduced hundreds of characters and storylines, all crafted with similar care. This was massive when you consider what was previously acceptable.
Well, and again, it's mature themes and respecting your audience to be able to think about stuff. Like with the Bloody Baron questline. The Bloody Baron is a terrible person. He has reasons for being terrible. Doesn't make him any less terrible, but it's just gray. It's not black and white. All of Bethesda's stuff ends up being just black and white. This guy killed people because he's a raider. Well, why is he raiding? Does he have a backstory? No, his name is let me check my notes. Kills a lot with a gun. That's his name. And then his sidekick, slash a stab, likes to go in and slash people. And the crime boss of their entire bandit camp is called Give Me Money and I'll Eat You. That's like the extent of Emil's writing on it, you know? And it's like, yeah, why am I connecting more with the Witcher story compared to compared to The Witcher 3's. It's because like The Witcher 3 respects you to be able to understand it. And I don't think that they're trying, like, I don't think Bethesda's trying to disrespect their players by writing stuff in such an overly simplistic way. I just think they literally don't know how to do it any different. I think it just literally is like the capacity of their writing staff. But like I said, there's plenty of other studios and companies that will hire people to fill in that void and give them the expertise to take it up a notch. Todd has never done that from what I can tell. There's no reporting on them bringing in expert writers that worked on really fantastic stuff. Elsewhere, it's all just, nope, we're going to do things the same way we've always done them. And then you end up with a Starfield that learned precisely 0 lessons from the feedback on Fallout 4. Like literally 0 lessons. They just did everything over again and were shocked. People were like, what is this?
Skyrim's characters were often one-dimensional, they had reused voice actors, and they very much lacked personality. Witcher 3 not only matched Bethesda in scope, it far exceeded them in depth. The writing was mature, layered, and morally grey. From Fyke Isle to the Baron, that tone was consistent throughout. Some dialogue that was written bordered on poetic. Just listen to this.
I thought your mutations cleansed you of humanity, stripped you of emotions.
You don't need mutations to strip men of their humanity. I've seen plenty of examples.
Before Witcher...
It's just casually dropping that line while in a dialogue tree. It's like, oh my God, I'm sweating. Oh God. But the whole game is like that, dude. Every line is carefully thought over. Whereas in Starfield, like you just kind of sit there. Like it knocks your brain out. Like, you know, there's the term, I remember watching a Mythbusters episode on it. They have like, you know, the different frequencies, sound frequencies, and they're like, yeah, white noise is this frequency, and then like gray noise is this frequency, and it kind of turns your brain to mush. And like Mythbusters did an episode on the brown note, which was a frequency that made you poop yourself. Starfield is like all of those notes together. It's just for like 50 hours of gameplay. And people were used to it because it was just, that's how it was. If you wanted to play a big game, you had to deal with it. But then they got a taste of what a symphony is like with The Witcher 3. And they're like, oh, why would I do things any differently? This is great.
This kind of storytelling was reserved for linear games like The Last of Us or Uncharted. Games that could focus more on the story because it was already predetermined and it could be more focused. Witcher 3 brought it to open...
Oh, thank you, Katie. Thank you. Appreciate you.
...open worlds, and didn't just tell one incredible story, but hundreds. Contrast that to Skyrim. Only 30% of players even finished that game's main quest, despite it only taking a couple of hours. Why? Because the writing wasn't engaging enough to keep them hooked. That was acceptable back then, until Witcher 3 showed that not only could we have a giant open world, but we could have an incredible story alongside it.
I think it's the difference between junk food and, Skyrim, I think, was kind of a junk food platter. So they had some stuff that was considered technically the main course, and it's like, oh yeah, we have these Subway catered sandwiches in the center of the table of the spread. But everything else is like a little popcorn here, a little Skittles there, some Oreos over there, maybe some potato chips over here. And they have a bunch of stuff. And that's Skyrim as a product. It's that whole spread. And some people ate, the sandwiches and had a good time and maybe popped some chips and some candy and that stuff. But a lot of people just went for the candy. And a lot of people just went over here and did this. A lot of people went over and just did that. And so they only got little slivers of the total package, but because it was junk food, they were still satisfied. And I think that's what, Skyrim was really, really good at, was just having such a wide spread that no matter what you were coming into it for, you could get it and leave satisfied and happy. But with The Witcher 3, people got a taste of what a steak is like. And you could come here and you could have a 5-course meal with a big ass steak as the main story, and even the sides were really freaking good and carefully put together, and it just totally changed the experience. It gave people a taste of what like a 5-course delicious chef crafted meal was like in comparison to a spread of snacks at a birthday party for a 3-year-old.
And then there's the decision making. Every side quest, main quest, and side event involved real impactful choices. Betray a scout leader, she might come back to get you later. Do a certain quest at the right time, it will open up different options for you to change the story. We'd seen choices and decision making in games like The Walking Dead up until then, which actually won Game of the Year, but that was a linear and limited story. Its mechanics were very basic and it was really on rails, and its decision making mechanics were the core principle and the main draw of the game, the reason why it was so beloved. Witcher 3 managed to match that quality and did it in a vast RPG open world setting, and the main story had 36 different endings, many determined by choices made hours earlier. It's on par with games like Baldur's Gate 3 in terms of scope, and back in 2015, that was groundbreaking. Meanwhile, Bethesda was simplifying. Fallout 4's dialogue wheel gave the illusion of choice, but often offered 4 versions of the same option. Like when you finally confront Kellogg, you can attack, 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 or attack. True choice was gone. Skyrim stripped it back so far.
Well, and even with Fallout 4, one of the best examples of how things were simplified is by going and trying to kill NPCs or quest givers. You know what happens if you boot up Fallout New Vegas? Maybe do I have it installed? Can I do this live? Can we do a live demo? I wonder. I'm not actually sure if I have it installed. If I do, I can do a live demo of this because it's actually pretty funny. It's actually pretty funny when you when you do it. Fallout New Vegas. Fallout New Vegas. New Vegas is falling out of me. Oh yeah. Guys, we've officially been approved to enter at ultra high quality. I'm going to show you something. I'm going to show you something that doesn't really work in future Bethesda games. Obviously, this Bethesda Softworks, not Bethesda Game Studios. This was Obsidian making a Fallout game. But it's the same tool set, and this came after Fallout 3. I could also do this in Fallout 3 as well, but, you know, this also serves the point. Ba ba ba, dun dun. I'm just gonna load a random save. Okay, I don't know where we are in this save file. Midnight showing at the Mojave Drive. Okay, it's not important. What we're doing here, we have all of these, like all of these different points. Okay, there's all these different points. I don't know how far in the game I am. Decently far. Okay. But all these different places, all these have different characters in them. All of them have different stories to tell, all of that, right? Let me go fast travel over to Good Springs and I'll just show you what we're gonna do, okay? Whoops. Oh, they're raiding. She's just punching people. I'm gonna hit tilde and this brings up a prompt right here, okay? Behind the chat. I'm just gonna type kill all. And this, as you would expect, is going to kill all NPCs in the entire game. They will all drop dead. If you do this in Fallout 4, some NPCs will drop dead. A lot of them will. But many of them will just drop to all 4s and be incapacitated because they're called quest givers. And they are determined as invulnerable. You cannot kill them because it would break quests, because it would cause you to fail them. And they can't have that. They spend a lot of time making quests. You know what Fallout New Vegas lets you do? Even my companion has dropped dead. No, she's back up. She's fine. All of these people, they died before this, but she dropped dead. Okay. He's had a better day. Let's go inside. Let's go inside. Everybody's gone. Everybody dead. It don't matter where we go or what we do. Everything's gone. Everything's ruined. It didn't trigger all the failings. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, is it because these are... yeah, it's because those are DLC ones. All of these, you see how they just all failed? It's because everybody's dead now. Everybody's dead. Everything's ruined. But they let you do it. Like, granted, not everybody's going to be going into the console commands to kill everybody in the game. But the point is, if you individually wanted to kill a quest giver, you could do that. If you wanted to just, you're role playing as a guy that loses control and just loses his mind and goes on a murder spree. You could role play in that way and the game would let you. In these newer games, you can't. They won't let you do that at all. And to be fair, Witcher 3 won't let you have total freedom of homicide. But it makes up for that with narrative complexity and depth and everything. When he's mentioning that Fallout 4 was getting streamlined and simplified, this is an example of it. They were actively removing player choice, not just in like the dialogue systems, but even in something as simple as being able to kill a quest giver to fail a quest line. You couldn't even do that anymore.
That sometimes you had no options at all. At the time, this was fine. We didn't expect that level of complexity in massive open world games, but Witcher 3 shattered that idea. Now we expect it. Games like Baldur's Gate 3, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, even Tainted Grail all build on that foundation. When players try Fallout 4 or Starfield today, the lack of real decision making is obvious, and it was Witcher 3 that made it so.
And some people will say, well, Luke, Fallout 4, Starfield, they're not trying to be these open world RPGs or anything. But I think that's part of the problem with how the games are sold. I think the terminology Todd and BGS and everybody uses is terminology that's used in the discussion of games like Baldur's Gate, like The Witcher 3. And so naturally the comparisons are going to be drawn. And maybe part of it is also the IP. Historically, Fallout and Elder Scrolls have been role-playing games. So if Bethesda now is going to try and say, well, we're not making role-playing games, we're making something else. We're making sandboxes or whatever they want to call them. You can do that, but I think the expectation will still be that you're going to try to compete on the same playing field as your previous games did,
And none of this even touches on The Witcher 3's use of cutscenes and motion capture. Traditionally, cinematic storytelling was reserved for linear games. Metal Gear Solid 4, for example, that game had 8 hours of cutscenes, but it was a linear story once again. And then Witcher 3 came along with over 9 hours of cutscenes, despite it being a giant open world RPG. This was unheard of, and we soon saw other open world games adopt the approach. Even the game's dialogue system, gold options to progress, white to inquire, that became the new blueprint, influencing games like Assassin's Creed Odyssey and Hogwarts Legacy.
And I'll defend this till the day I die. AC Odyssey is a very impressive fantasy RPG. As an Assassin's Creed game, it's kind of hot donkey ass. But as like a fantasy RPG, it is ridiculous how huge that game is and how many branching options and dialogue choices there are. It's kind of ridiculous. If you don't believe me, go try the game yourself. It'll blow your mind.
Bethesda, meanwhile, struggled to adapt. Their lack of cutscenes started to make their games look dated. No one questioned Skyrim's absence of cinematic storytelling in 2011. But now, players wonder why Starfield doesn't have it. Once again, Witcher 3 had raised the bar. And then there's the world design. Ask any Skyrim fan and they'll admit that many towns in the game felt basic, just a few houses and sparse NPCs. Even the major cities never quite felt like actual cities. Witcher 3 changed.
They were kind of supposed to be... like, it's almost like a miniature version. Like, it's supposed to represent a building or represent a city. It's like, yeah, this isn't a one-to-one town. Like we didn't think, okay, who's the town sheriff? Who's the town bailiff? Where did the bankers live? Where's the rich district? Where's the poor district? They didn't do any of that. They're like, okay, here's like 4 buildings. And I remember years and years and years ago watching a video of some dude that went through and tried to figure out if Whiterun could actually function. And he was like, so this is where these people would live. This is where these people would live. But this would cause a problem because the jail's over here. And like he broke it all down. It was very, very good. I wish I could remember who did it. It was a long time ago. But, you know, I don't think they were trying that hard because I don't think they felt like the eyes were on them to get that right or to think those things through. With The Witcher 3, though, like they realistically created a city like this, and it feels like it could actually function as a city. But I don't think Bethesda has ever felt the need to push themselves that far.
That too. Its map was 3 times bigger and offered access to different countries.
T-Brack, thank you.
Was the main city, and it was massive, alive, and immersive. A type of city that we'd never seen in a game before.
Also, King's Court. I don't know if I shouted that one out. Thank you, my friend. Thank you for that sub, too.
When you first arrive, it's overwhelming in a good way. Streets are crowded, merchants haggle by day, musicians perform by night, and criminals lurk in alleyways. It feels like a real place, not just a video game environment. Compare that to Diamond City from Fallout 4. This was meant to be the capital of a post-apocalyptic state. But when you play it, it feels barren and lifeless.
Well, it feels like a town or like a shopping center, you know, for a town. It doesn't feel like an actual city. You know, even something like Megaton, I think worked in Fallout 3 because it was so small and intimate. Even though like it's just... It feels like, again, each thing is meant to be representative. Like Megaton represents this bigger city. And you can imagine if it was turned into a movie or something, it would be way bigger. But in the context of the game, it had to be smaller and more toned down. But I just think, again, compared to the competition, it's just not on that level.
Before Witcher 3, we accepted this. We couldn't see through the illusion. After Witcher 3 came out, expectations changed. Suddenly, we couldn't see Diamond City the same way. Now we see Saint Denis in Red Dead Redemption 2, Baldur's Gate in Baldur's Gate 3, and Kuttenberg in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Somehow, Bethesda is still designing cities like it's 2011. Starfield's towns felt more like movie sets with awkward NPCs and lifeless interactions.
Yeah, nothing's thought through. The elevators go sideways and upside down. You know, they'll take you across the map or up and down. Like, none of it's carefully thought through. There's entire shops and stuff I didn't visit in Starfield until like 60 hours in, because like you have to go through this door and around the corner into an elevator down to a separate area, and it's all just so convoluted. They didn't even have maps in the game until 6 months after the fact. It's crazy.
The Witcher 3 didn't just build a bigger world, it built one that felt truly alive. In Bethesda's games, the world revolves around the player. In Witcher 3, it feels like it exists regardless of you. That's a massive leap, and it changed the genre forever. So after Witcher 3 released,
I think that's a good observation. The idea that Bethesda tries to make everything so player-centric that it ends up making something that feels fake and synthetic and almost like bizarre. It doesn't feel, it's like surreal, you know, because the characters aren't actually going through day-to-day lives. They don't have their own personal struggles or whatever. They're just there to entertain you or to try and keep you busy, instead of it being a world for you to navigate, you know.
Everything would change for Bethesda. Witcher 3 offered far better side quests, better storylines, better writing, and more memorable characters. Bethesda stuck with their old fetch quest formula in Starfield, like being sent to fetch a drink from across the galaxy.
Yes, and I'm sorry. This was like one of the things I think that doesn't get talked about enough in Starfield, and I'm sorry to focus on this again, but this is like the second video in like a month that we've seen that has referenced a fetch quest where you go across the galaxy to get something stupid. Todd described Starfield as like hard sci-fi, which means that it's not meant to be just totally high fantasy sci-fi. It's not meant to be something where it's just like, yeah, we can go 15 times the speed of light. Yeah, we can do, we'll just have like, you know, you talk to the computer in the wall and then it just creates food out of nothing. Like, we're not trying to do that. It's supposed to be grounded and feel like it's not that far in the future. Like, it's somewhat possible. And yet in the quest lines, they are having you go on intergalactic journeys in order to get coffee, or in order to go and grab like some specific amount of rocks for this one delivery. Or, hey, I need this thing, this particular schematic that's on a mining camp that's, you know, 5-star systems away. Can you just go grab it for me and bring it back? I'll give you like 50 credits if you do it. It's just like, what are we doing? How am I supposed to stay immersed in the world if somebody is asking you to fetch? As you can see, look at the objective. Deliver a Terra Brew cappuccino to Donna Rain. You are being sent to deliver a coffee. Like, what are we doing?
Unacceptable. Witcher 3 had deep, nuanced writing.
Yeah, in The Witcher 3, you're being sent to try and perform a ritual on a stillborn child after a broken man with PTSD beat his wife because he went into a drunken stupor. Like, do you see what I mean when I say that, like, one of these games and one side of this treats their audience like adults and the other one treats them like middle schoolers? You know, it's just the level of depth is so significant. It's kind of jarring.
Starfields felt juvenile. Unacceptable.
Perfect. Juvenile. Exactly.
Choices in Starfield had no real impact compared to Witcher 3. Unacceptable. And cities in Witcher 3 felt alive, whereas Starfields were hollow sets. You get the point.
Well, I also think, again, like, the fact that Starfield didn't have maps, city maps specifically, until significantly after launch, I think that's so telling. Because you would think creating a map of the city you're building would be one of the first things you do. If you're going to make a city, you would literally map it out. But they didn't have like any of that. And I understand it's different to turn it into like a game UI version or whatever. But you think that one of the first things you would do would be map it out. And then you're like, hey, let's just put this into the game so people can use it to navigate the city. But I don't think they even made a map for the city. I think they literally, I think you're right, Hibimura. I think they eyeballed the city. I think they went and were like, you make the like fancy district, you make the spaceport district, you make the, I guess, like residential district. That makes sense to have one of those. And this is some of the artwork we're going to be inspired by. And they handed that out. Everybody went off and they worked on it for a month. And then they came together and like, yeah, and we'll just stitch it together with load screens. You want to go to the district over there, you load screen and you go in. So continuity is not that important. Things don't have to line up because you'll just load into it. That works in 2011. People notice it now.
404 donated,
you know?
$10 through Super Chat. The side quest from NPC interaction felt superficial. Like, man, I love coffee. Can you go get this specific brew from this space station? Hummy? I literally don't care if you live or die.
I literally don't care if you drop dead this very instant. I literally don't care. But yeah, you're asking me to go fetch you some dark Java roast. Like, what? What do we do? And again, I'm going to travel across the galaxy and you're going to pay me 50 credits or let me keep the coffee? And you would think, well, maybe this just leads into a quest line that's really rewarding. I get there to deliver the coffee, and then it turns out somebody was jumped and killed because the coffee is actually a secret space drug, and they were using me as a mule to deliver the space drug across the galaxy, thinking I'm just delivering stupid coffee. But it turns out I'm actually now involved in an intergalactic drug smuggling system and scheme, and now I've got to fight my way out of it before the big kingpin comes and kills me. That would be interesting, but there is literally nothing that deep in all of Starfield or Fallout 4 or Skyrim. Like, all of the depth is exactly what it appears as. It is no deeper than that. It is literally, no, you're just delivering coffee. Yeah. You remember how you can choose your origin at the start of the game and you can pick different starting perks and stuff? And it's like, I chose one where it was like my family. My family lived in New Atlantis or whatever, and I could go and visit them. They lived in the residential district. I went and I found them and I talked to them, and they have their own little apartment. It's just, you go load screen into an elevator, load screen up to their floor, you walk into their house, you talk to them, there's a little bit of dialogue, you send them money that's automatically subtracted from your inventory regularly, like once in an in-game week. And then I tried visiting them multiple times throughout the rest of my run, and they would have no dialogue for me. They would just walk past me, and I couldn't even like talk with them. It was just exactly superficial. There was literally just enough depth there for Todd to show it in the presentation, and that's it. No extra care or thought went into it. It literally was just enough to show it and say that it's there, and then nothing more. Nothing more.
Before we...
Logan says, with a 2, the faces in Starfield looks much than The Witcher 3. I'm guessing we're going to say worse. Maybe you're saying better. I don't know. Zoob, thank you for the 5. Ubisoft games continue to be podcast game junk food, yet AC Odyssey, Valhalla, and Shadows sold so many copies, to say nothing about MMO and Gacha Grind. Yeah, well, people underestimate AC just in general. They underestimate AC, and I think they really underestimate what was the other one we were talking about? Games that sell ridiculously well. Monster Hunter, of course, sells really, really well. Mafia. It was Mafia. Mafia has a big fan base too, but AC is on another level. People think, in the hardcore, like, WoW community, like, they'll think in some of the streaming community just in general, they just don't realize how big the casual audience is for AC. Like, Assassin's Creed is a massive franchise and sells millions upon millions upon millions of copies because it has a huge appeal to the casual crowd. Like, they're not the ones watching game streamers regularly, but they're out there and they spend a lot of money on them for sure. Absolutely. Logan, thank you for the 2. Fallout 5 is going to be such a shit show. Dude, I don't think they're making it after Elder Scrolls 6. I made that video on the main channel explaining why, but Todd, basically, long story short, Todd said back in like 2021, 2022, he said, yeah, and after Elder Scrolls 6, of course, we have Fallout 5, heavily implying it's next. And then just in like 2023, right before Starfield, he was doing another interview with IGN, and he says, yeah, I want to just clarify that. When I said that, I meant it's coming, of course, eventually after Elder Scrolls 6 at some point in the future. And I'm like, why is he walking it back? Why is he walking it back? If they were releasing and doing Fallout 5 right after, why wouldn't he just say that? And there's been multiple other times where people have asked him, are you doing Fallout 5 next? Like, is that what's coming next? And he's like, we're not going to talk about dates. I'm not sure they're doing Fallout 5 next. And you might be like, well, he just wants to be coy. He had no problem being very clear with their schedules the last decade. Why would that change now? Just be like, I'm kidding. I was actually doing Fallout 5. I don't know. Something funky is going on there. Anyway.
Witcher 3, these flaws were tolerated, We didn't expect both scope and depth. We thought that you couldn't have quantity and quality. The Witcher 3 shattered that belief. It showed that you could have it all. And ever since, the standards have changed. Other developers took notice. Sir Toby of Warhorse credited Witcher 3 for influencing Kingdom Come's quest design and stated Kuttenberg's design was inspired by Novigrad. Baldur's Gate 3 pushed choice and consequence even further, and Red Dead Redemption 2 delivered all of that and more. The bar kept rising. Bethesda once was the gold standard, The Witcher 3 of 2011, but they didn't evolve. When Witcher 3 launched, it outclassed Bethesda in every area they used to lead in. Since then, expectations have changed. Now, when Starfield's story drags, we zone out. When we get another lazy quest, we ignore it. When we visit the city in Neon, we laugh. Players now demand more. Before Witcher 3, we accepted shallow stories, basic quests, and static worlds. After that, it was no longer good enough. Bethesda hasn't caught up. While games like Baldur's Gate 3, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 and Elden Ring keep pushing the genre forward, Bethesda still builds games with the same writers, the same engine, and the same 2011 mindset. They missed the lessons that The Witcher 3 taught, whereas other studios like Warhorse and Larian learned from it and not only implemented their changes, but improved on them. If Bethesda wants to compete again, they need to evolve. Starfield proved that they haven't.
I agree, but I think to evolve, you have to, like all the examples he mentioned, you talk to Sir Toby, he says, oh no, we were inspired by The Witcher 3. We saw The Witcher 3, we said, oh, we can do it this way. Okay, let's try that. And they did it. And it was way better. You know, it worked great. But they had to have that moment where they said, we want to try that. We want to do what they're doing. Let's try that. For Bethesda, they still... I have never heard in the last 7 years, I haven't heard Todd say that anything is wrong. The one exception was in 2018. It might have actually been E3 2019. I think it was E3 2019. He specifically was talking about Fallout 76, and he said we got some much deserved criticism. And that's it. 2019. Let me see if I can find the exact clip. Just to show you. I need to see if my encyclopedic knowledge of Todd stuff is pulling off. Yeah, look at this.
A type of game we'd never done before. Had a lot of difficulties at launch. And we got a lot of well-deserved criticism. But the team kept working on it, and you kept playing it. And through all of that, something amazing has happened. It's thanks to all of you. This game has one of the best online communities
And then we're back to promoting it. Right after that. So I don't there's moments where he might say that something went wrong or we need to fix something. But in general, it's just no. Just focus on the stuff that we're happy with and move on from there. And so I don't think Todd sees anything wrong. I don't think he has any problem with how things are going. I think people mention shortcomings in Starfield. He says, yeah, but we had the most players of any game we've ever put out. We had the highest player counts. We had the least number of crashes. I made more money. I bought so many more watches and jeans. I'm doing great. I was talking to a guy that saw Todd out at some event. And he said, oh, Todd is so funny. He shows up and he's wearing his classic outfit. He's got his nice watch on, which I respect because I like nice watches too. But he drives up in like a big old sports car. I don't know sports cars. So I don't know if it's a McLaren or a Lambo or if it's just, I don't know. But he pulls up in it and hops out. The valet takes the car away. He comes in. He owns the place. He's all over the place. He's doing very, very well. I don't think he sees any problem with this stuff. I don't think he sees any problem with it. Show us your wallpaper. It's my favorite picture ever taken. It's my favorite picture ever taken. It's so good. Anyway, finish this out. Let's finish it out.
The Witcher 3 wasn't just a great game, it was a seismic shift in what we can expect from open world RPGs. It redefined side quests, elevated writing to cinematic levels, made player choice generally impactful, and delivered a world that felt alive and breathing, not built around the player, but existing despite them. Bethesda didn't fall off overnight, they were simply surpassed by a studio that dared to do more.
Yeah, but they can make characters that look like they're wearing diapers for hats. Can CDPR do that? Didn't think so.
And succeeded. Since then, games like Baldur's Gate 3, Elden Ring, and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 have all taken notes and pushed the genre forward, while Bethesda has clung to a formula that no longer satisfies modern gamers. The legacy of The Witcher 3 is...
Yeah, officially lock it in. Todd can't satisfy me anymore. Can't do it. Can't do it. I'm left wanting. I'm left hungry for more.
Isn't just its own success, it's how it raised the standard for every game that came after. And as we stand on the brink of a new generation with The Witcher 4 and The Elder Scrolls 6...
Sorry, I just take it in.
As we stand
Not
on
that.
The brink of...
This. You can also take in Priscilla. I don't know. I can't think about The Witcher 4 too much because I love The Witcher 3 so much that the idea we could get something that takes that up a level breaks my brain. Like, I'm a firm believer that hype makes you stupid, and when you get hyped, it puts blinders on. And I try to be clear with you guys when I am a big fan of an IP or a franchise, because I don't want you to think that I'm looking at something in this like totally robotic way. Like I'm a fan of games, okay? There are IP and franchises that I'm a fan of that I like, and I want them to be really, really good. I told you guys with like KCD 2, I was like, I really like Kingdom Come. So just being clear with you, I really want this to be good. I'm very excited for this. I hope they pull it off. But I'm looking at this closely because I really want it to be good. Thankfully, it ended up being amazing. But with this, with The Witcher 4, that's another one where I'm like, they better not screw this up. And I'm sure they're of the same mind. I mean, they know how many eyes are on them after Cyberpunk. But my God, dude, can you just imagine? Oh, it's going to be... I'm so ready. I'm so ready. It's probably still 2 to 3 years off, but still.
Of a new generation with The Witcher 4 and The Elder Scrolls 6 on the horizon, the question isn't just who can make a great RPG, but who can define the future of the genre once again. But anyway, that's it for this one, but what do you guys think? Do you feel Witcher 3 was that impactful, or do you feel like I'm overselling it? Do you think that Bethesda can catch up? And which game are you more excited for?
I want to be very clear. And again, great video to AVV Gaming. Get over there, get subbed. The video will be linked in the description of this clip, and then I'll also post it in chats right now. Get over there, give him a sub. Really insightful as always, and very well put together video. But to answer that question, do I think they can evolve? Yes, they can. Do they want to? No, I don't see any reason to think they do. You listen to the discourse, I feel like most game devs, you hear them talking, they're like, we're constantly trying to figure out what the next thing is, where we're going next, what we can do to innovate and to move and keep things exciting. Like, we're constantly trying to figure that out. I feel like you don't, I can't think of a single time where I've heard Todd say anything approaching that. Because I just don't think he thinks that way. I don't think he sees the need to be hungry. I don't think he sees the need to be cautious. I don't think he sees any problem at all. I think he's totally satisfied with where things are and doesn't feel the need for any sort of push. And if you're thinking, well, that's what you get when you're making AAA stuff. No, dude, GTA's publisher, the guys behind Grand Theft Auto 6, describe their methodology as running scared and always looking over their shoulders, trying to constantly innovate, keep an eye on other ventures, other directions for games, other developers and what they're doing. That's what the guys behind GTA 6 are saying. That they're always scared, that they're always trying to make sure they're considering how they can make improvements and do stuff differently. But do you think Todd ever thinks about that? I don't think so. I don't think so. So I think they can shake it up. I think they could take it up a notch. I just don't think they feel the need. I don't think they feel pushed to do it. I think they're totally, totally satisfied with how things are. And I think that it's just, this is how it's going to be, unfortunately. Maybe they're going to blow us away. Maybe, you know, we're going to see this Starfield expansion number 2 and it's going to blow us away and it'll be amazing and it'll instill confidence once more. But I'll believe it when I see it.
Luke Warfield donated $19.99.
Jesus, thank you, my friend.
to
That's very
Super
generous.
Chat. Luke, this may be a hot take, but I don't hate the shark cards in GTA Online entirely.
Okay.
TBH, so many things in online cost so much and they nerf heists to have long cooldowns and less payouts.
There's an almost $6 million dollar cop car. I think at this point GTA Online is so hyperinflated with the economy because it's been around for so long that that's just where the prices end up. Because any type of economy, you have to calculate ways for money to come into the economy and the system and for money to come out. And you have to balance it out. Otherwise, you end up with inflation. It's almost like real life as well, huh? But they basically have to have ways to pull more money out. Otherwise, the whole economy breaks. And they haven't found ways to do that in meaningful ways regularly for players other than cars. And so you end up with $6 million in-game dollar cars. So that's part of the push for it. And then the way that they can balance it out is either with egregious payouts on the heists or with payouts through shark cards and stuff like that. Yeah, you get 2K tips for selling pizza and stuff. I mean, it's part of it is that, you know, because it's been around forever, so much money is in the in-game economy and everything. They have to increase prices in order to pull money out of it. But then they also have this system where you can get around grinding for money because you can just pay in-game or real world cash for in-game cash. And so boom, right there, like there's a way out of it. There's a way around those problems. You just pay real money. And so that injects even more cash into the economy, which then leads to more problems with needing to find ways to get money out of the game. So it's just a problem. But for them, I don't think it is a problem because they're getting you to spend money. So, you know, it's very much by design. As for what they're, I mean, I understand it fixes a problem and it's an answer to a question, but it's a question they've created because it very specifically creates money for them. So I don't love it because I think it can be pretty egregious sometimes, but you know, I think the bigger problem for GTA Online, like set aside shark cards, the problem is the hackers and the cheaters. The hacking is ridiculous in that game. It's ridiculous. I don't even know if they ever fixed the server issues on PC, but on PC for months, you could not log in. Otherwise your IP would be hacked and everything would like collapse. Like the hacking was out of control. You pretty much can only play it on private servers. It's just not worth it any other way. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But anyway, thank you for the 20. That's very, very generous. Real quick, I wanted to show you this. I just saw this pop up on my feed and I thought it was interesting. You probably saw it too. Because this also happened with that guy that went on Joe Rogan. Philly man was awarded $4 million after being wrongfully jailed for 24 years for murder. That's absolutely crazy. Can you imagine 24 years of your life for something you didn't do? Well, he's back in prison because he killed a guy over a $1,200 drug debt. Yeah. Yeah. Shawn Thomas, exonerated after 24 years for wrongful murder conviction and awarded $4.1 million. Pleaded guilty in 2024 to killing Akeem Edwards over a $1,200 drug debt. He's now in prison for 66 years. Oops. And then there was that guy that was on Joe Rogan's podcast who literally like chopped up a dude. Excuse me. Yeah. It's a little ridiculous. How do you think these guys feel? They're like, we got him out, and he literally just went off and killed a guy. Like, he got paid $4 million. What is he doing, like, slinging drugs? Did he burn it all? Like, did he spend it all? Is he already broke? Oh my God. Do you guys know the streamer Co Carnage? You know him? He does, he's a streamer, like, I'm sure you've seen his clips and everything. He's doing a charity thing where he'll bleach his hair for charity, y'all. Dude, this Horizon update looks crazy. Dude, the blonde works for some. The blonde works for some. Not for everybody. Honestly, it's not that bad. I'm going to be real. Co. It really is not that bad. If I went blonde, it would be stunning. But I think the blonde actually for Co is not bad. It's not bad. It's workable. And it's for charity. Well, that's a great thing. You dye your hair for charity and it doesn't look bad. That's a win-win. Sometimes to do charity runs, they're like, you have to completely shave it, and then also like you have to like carve something into it. It's just, I don't know. I respect it. Okay. What else do we have? Did I get through that? I got through that. Oh yeah, the burnt peanut also fixed the Battlefield 6 artwork. This is what it was, but he fixed it. The Banana Man. 2 Nicki Minaj skins, of course. The Snoop Dogg skins and everything. Yeah, way better. Who would like this when you could have this? You know? Brain rot complete. Ooh, thank you for the reminder. Let me show you this before we say adieu. You know what it's the 1-year anniversary of? Or it was a couple days ago. Do you know what it's the anniversary of? We were graced by a 36-year-old legend. Ray gun. It feels like this was 10 years ago, but this was a year ago at the 2024 Olympics. And somehow it's even worse than I remember, dude. It's somehow like even worse. And then the like strut. Oh, yawning. Oh, you suck. Dude, she threatened to like start. I think she did try to sue people over this. And she's Australian, I believe. So like she called into a news station. It's like, my life has been threatened because people didn't like the dance I did. it's like, I'm sorry. You went on the Olympic stage. Look at these poor people trying to keep a straight face. These are like actual professional break dancers. And this is it. I just, it's so good, dude. It's so good. Oh, so yeah, it's been a year. As I spit everywhere. It's been a year. I also want to show you an up and coming musician. What I'm about to show you, these are all his original lyrics. Okay. This is not clipped from an Eminem album or Kendrick Lamar or anything. He wrote all of these lyrics. Okay. You ready?
The store, it's been like forever, how have you been? We talked for hours, How have your kids been? Where do you live? We went away back. I'm glad I ran into you.
It's all original. Yeah, that's a bop. We also, I want to reward and call out people who are dedicated and work their butts off and don't give up. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. He's been doing, I checked and it's real. This guy's been doing the Chica dance every day for 2005 days until he gets a girlfriend. To put that in perspective, that is 5.5 years. I just love that we could have gone. Oh, now he's on day 2012. I just love that we could have learned a skill every day for 2000 days. We could have giving to charity every day for 2000 days or something, but the Chica dance is good too. But at least he's consistent. Yeah, I got to give it to him there. Raphael, 14 months. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for 14 months of great content, mostly. Dude, you want to see some great content? Some amazing content? I'm about to change your life. I found a dude on TikTok who is in his late 30s, but genuinely believes that he looks 17. You might have seen him before. This is completely real. His entire page for years has been this, okay? It's just him being like, I'm actually 13. I'm actually 17.
This backpack, I'm 36.
Very young. Who's next in line? Who's next in line? Who's responsible for you, boy?
I'm 36.
I thought you were 17.
It's literally all of his content. It's him trying to convince people that he is actually like 17. I thought it was an act for a while. I'm not so sure. 36-year-old man who looks 17. Everyone in the comments like, no, dude, you definitely look 36. Bro was 36 when he was born. He looked middle-aged as a teenager. You know what? Live your dream. Live your dream. I respect it. What was this one? Oh, yeah, this page. This is just one I think everybody should follow on TikTok if you don't already, because they're doing the Lord's work. This person, do you remember this clip that went viral like years ago?
Tell me it's don't piss down my back. Don't piss down my back and tell me it's raining. Government.
Government. This channel posts this. Don't piss down my back and tell me it's raining. Government daily. And they have been posting this video every day. Every day. Every day since February. So still going strong. Still going strong. Don't you just love the internet? And tell me it's raining. Government. Dude, it's classic. I wonder where she's at right now. I wonder what she's doing. Real quick, thank you, Uniform, for the 5. Can we get Luke with frosted tips in 2025? I could see doing that as a charity thing. I don't think my wife would like it, but I could work on that. Dude, how do you come across this shit? Dude, my algorithm, I've worked hard for it. I've worked hard. Red Fajita, we might need a new plague. We might. Thank you for the 26 months, my friend. That's ridiculous. That's crazy. How much for you to do the Chica dance? I'll be real. I don't know what the Chica dance is other than that guy has done it for 2,000 days straight. But I can investigate and get back to you. Yeah, brick by brick. You're damn right. And Raphael, thank you for that one. At first I was like, what do you mean? I might know this dude. You proved me wrong. My girlfriend shows me all this cringe stuff. By the way, great algorithm. Thank you, my friend. I've been working hard at it for a long time. I've been working hard. And I've got some stuff that even I'm like, no, it's not a good fit. I'll wait. And IROC 22 months. Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you. Okay, everybody. One last time, get over there. Sign up for the PS5 Pro giveaway if you've not already. If you are an international viewer, I love you dearly. I am working on finding a way to do international giveaways as well. The biggest thing right now is just that consoles are region locked. So I could send you a PS5 Pro, but you wouldn't be able to use it if you're outside of the US unless you're in specific countries where it's in the same region, which I think I can get a variance for. But I'm working on a giveaway for you guys that will also be good. But if you're in the US, sign up for the giveaway, do all of this stuff. You can unlock additional raffle entries if you do all of that stuff. And you can potentially win a PS5 Pro and do nothing because it's free to enter. So just get over there and do that, okay? Get over there and do that. Until next time, my friends, I think we pretty well covered everything. I am going to go eat some food, play with the puppy for a little bit, and rock and roll. And it's going to be a good rest of the day. You guys have a fantastic rest of your day. Have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your afternoon on this lovely Monday. And I will be back on Wednesday rocking and rolling. And we're getting to the time where we got to start doing some predictions for Gamescom, because that's coming. So buckle up for that, okay? Until next time, my friends. Much love. I'll see you soon. Hugs and kisses. Bye-bye.